that stuff that not a lot of people cared enough about. And since I do like a bit of everything, and here I was thinking that first video was going to be my longest. And after that, I'll have a strain of shorter videos and a consistent upload schedule. Good thing I was right. Don't look at the time code. No, don't go in the channel and look at the published date for my last two videos. Don't. You might have noticed we have a new intro now. That is courtesy of my friend Mehdi, who did a great job of redoing the intro. And as usual, if you go down in the description, there will be a link to his editing page. Go ahead and tell him I sent you. You may have noticed, or not, that we've passed 1 year since I started doing The Good, the Bad, and the Interesting, or TGTBTI, on this channel. It has been quite a journey. Just a small town boy living. Okay. And one that I wanted to celebrate with a special video. Now, I'm sure despite my request from you, you've looked at the time code. And so I don't waffle much in the beginning. I keep all the waffling for the back end of this video. So let me just tell you what this video is all about and what are we trying to do. If you watch The Boys, you're familiar with Billy Joel. If you don't watch The Boys, why? Go watch it, it's a good show. Now, Billy Joel has this very famous song called We Didn't Start the Fire, in which he spouts a lot of important events from 1949, which is the year he was born, to 1989, which is when the song was released. It's a list song. So I thought it would be fun to look at those things he mentions as prompts for choosing movies and watching them. That was the original premise. Now for this video, and it being a special one, I decided to add another wrinkle, another layer. I do like those 30-day challenges, and I decided to go one step beyond. I would watch a movie for each day in June, write a little something about it, and then record myself. Then throughout July, which didn't happen, I'll get to that, and August, I'll be editing the footage. And that's what I did. So here are the rules for this thing. I'm breezing past through it because the video is long enough. I'll be assigning a movie to the first 30 items in We Didn't Start the Fire. For those of you who are wondering, that means from Harry Truman to Prokofiev. Then throughout the month of June, I'd be watching them. For each movie, I have a day to watch it, write something on it, a bit of a script, and then record myself. I am recording this section after I've done that, so I know how that went. But some of the movies I'll be watching are going to be rewatches. I decided to put an indicator for them in the title screens. If you see, well, brackets R after the movie's name in the title screen, know that it's been a rewatch. If not, it's the first time I'm watching the movie. It might help give some context to why I'm talking about them the way I am. I also decided not to alter any of the things I've recorded, meaning it's literally what I've recorded on that day. I think it'll add some interesting flair to the whole experiment. But sometimes add-ons might be necessary to the discussions in order to clarify something or to put an asterisk on it. If that's the case, a little me will pop in the corner and give that add-on. Also, just in order to keep things interesting and don't let the whole video become one boring monolithic experience, I decided to add interludes in what I consider to be verses in the song. So for example, it goes Harry, Truman, Doris, Day, Red China, Johnnie Ray, South Pacific, Walter, Winchell, Joe, DiMaggio, and that is considered one verse, and there is an interlude after that. Those are mostly chill stuff to help you crystallize the barrage of movies that I've talked about while listening to some inconsequential anecdote. The last thing before we finally get started is that one of the things I tried to do was to keep things visually appealing so it doesn't get repetitive and boring. And that means a lot of location changes and recording ideas. And with that comes its own set of problems. I'm not going to lie, fatigue was a factor there, but the result is that the audio is pretty inconsistent. I've tried my best to at least bring everything to a certain volume level so that doesn't become too jarring. But the quality is noticeably different between sections. Sometimes I forgot to bring up the intensity on my microphone. Sometimes the place was just too echoey. I'm not that good with audio, as you probably can guess. And it's something that I am working on, so you have my apologies in advance. But I thought I needed to mention that before we get going. Speaking of that, look at the time. Don't look at the time. Don't look at the time. But let's get started already. It's in the nature of this whole experiment that a number of the names called out by Mr. William Joel will have biographical motion pictures, or biopics, associated with them. So I guess it made sense that the first movie I'll watch for this project is a biopic. Truman, a TV movie from 1995, tells the account of President Harry S. Truman, not to be confused with not President Harry S. Lyman. I will not apologize for that remark. I will and shall die on that hill. I want to tell the story of the movie first before we jump in, but honestly, just look up Harry Truman's Wikipedia page and you'll get a good idea of what the movie is about. And actually, that's the first problem with it. Truman falls instantly in the trap of just retelling events without any added dimension to them.
Instead of a recession after the war, we have more jobs than ever before. No riots, no bloodshed, no workers crying for jobs, no farmers starving.
It's just Harry Truman did this, and then this happened, which would be okay or harmless if not for the, how do I say it, guilt washing of his actions. The movie almost has a propaganda feel to it, trying so hard to paint Harry Truman as this man of the people who had to make tough decisions, but deep down inside, he was a good man. And you know, he might have been a good man. Hell, he might have been a great man in his personal life. But when you're telling his story solely as the man who was made to make these decisions and not exploring what went into those decisions, you're basically stripping him of agency and of, well, character. Now, the movie does try, and very weakly, I might add, to address the effect of Harry Truman's decision to drop the atomic bomb on Japan. But when you don't see the anguish or the toughness of that decision, it's hard to accept it as real when you're just simply told that it is supposed to be. So at the end, the movie is just Harry Truman doing God's work, and everyone is constantly at awe of him. Here's another part. He's basically a saint, in the sense that nobody who criticizes him is seen as even partially correct, and the movie certainly never tries to give him any nuance or even utter the idea that maybe what he did wasn't the right choice. The movie itself, on a technical level, is a TV movie, so I didn't expect much going in. The makeup is not too bad. I mean, it's fake, and you know it's fake. But honestly, Gary Sinise does actually manage to stick the landing with his impression of Harry Truman, to the extent that honestly you forget it's an actor wearing a prosthetic by the end of the movie. It's not a good character, or a good representation of a real life person for that matter. But it's an acceptable performance. It's much better than I was expecting. Fuck my foot. Like, why do I keep doing this to my feet? So yeah, it's a biopic, and a bad one at that. It's needlessly long. It tries really hard to focus on the actions that took place during Truman's life rather than what Truman did, and as a result, it gives an almost unrealistically shallow portrayal of the man. The man on the screen couldn't make a mistake. So by that extension, he wasn't even human to begin with. Harry Truman dropped an atomic bomb on Japan. Harry Truman made deals with shady people to advance his political career. Harry Truman is not a saint, and Harry Truman for sure isn't what I saw today. Biopics do not need to be in service of the truth, but when this amount of revisionism is going on, it's hard to not see it as what it is. It's propaganda. At the end of the day, the movie tells it best how it views the world. How could what Truman did be wrong? If what ended up being destroyed were Japanese lives or Arabic lives, and not American lives.
If I don't drop the bomb, so many more of our young men will die in the invasion of Japan. They're men too, and women and children. How could I face the people when it's finally over and say that I had the power to possibly end the war long ago? Spare the lives of their loved ones, and I chose not to use it.
In other words,
America, fuck yeah! So lick my butt and suck on my balls.
So yeah, let's hope the next ones are better. Starting really strong here, guys. I am worried as fuck. It's magic. It really is. There is liquid in this, by the way. Well, after the disaster that was Truman yesterday, I was kind of downtrodden. So I guess it was a good thing that the 1948 Doris Day vehicle Romance on the High Seas was next. Because I had a truly delightful time today. Rom-coms are a weird subgenre and basically a subculture in and of themselves, and I do have to admit that I have a very big soft spot for them. For most of them. Mamma Mia can go fuck itself. Now, most rom-coms I've seen usually tend to do great by the rom part of their name, but can't really do the com part of it well enough. There are, of course, as always, exceptions, but I'm talking about the genre as a whole. So, Romance on the High Seas is a very fucking funny movie.
Doesn't he look at me?
Oh, yes, senor.
I can't tell you how much I laughed out loud while watching it. Like, there are jokes that do have that 1940s delivery style, and I do understand it might not be everyone's cup of tea, but the characters are just well-rounded enough, and the punchlines are snappy enough that...
Well, certainly I shadowed your wife. I hate to tell you this, but you were right. She's been two-timing you. Hello? Hello? He fainted. Sometimes it's a shot.
I couldn't help but be basically caught off guard and just laugh my ass off at some scenes of the movie.
Excuse me. Hello? What do you know? He didn't even wait for me to tell him.
Before we go on, I think a short summary of the movie would do us a ton of good. I'm not going to spoil it, as I do recommend checking it out for everyone. It's a good, lazy afternoon movie. I'm just going to tell the premise. The story revolves around the couple, Michael and Elvira Kent, who have deep trust issues with each other. They always think the other one is cheating on them. We'll get there. So each decides to catch the other one in the act. Elvira tasks a club singer, Georgia Garrett, Doris Day, to go on a cruise instead of her. Elvira thinks if her husband thinks she's on a cruise, he might slip up and she can catch him cheating. On the other hand, Michael goes and hires a private detective by the name of Peter Virgil to go and stalk his wife on the cruise, which, as you remember, she's not really on. Hilarity ensues, and well, romance ensues as well. I mean, the movie is named Romance on the High Seas. What do you expect? First off, I know Doris Day is a big deal. I mean, the name is up there with Elizabeth Taylor and Grace Kelly as a talented star of many avenues who managed to remain the true star. And honestly, yeah, I can see it. It's not just the fortune of time that makes it obvious that Doris Day became a star. If you watch the movie, her energy and her charisma is just enough to make you go, yeah, she's gonna be a star someday.
Put him in a box, tie him with a ribbon, and throw him in the deep blue sea.
But she's not the only one carrying this movie. The rest of the cast do a great job of portraying a number of very stereotypical rom-com characters. The movie's writing and humor is developed enough to carry them. I mean,
You rich guys think that money can buy anything. How right you are.
it's just a delightful movie, people. You watch it, and if, like me, you've seen a lot of older movies, you just feel at home, you know, with their Technicolor saturated colors and a number of great songs to boost.
That's Savannah.
They murdered the language.
The directing is also of note here. Michael Curtiz is probably known for directing a number of movies like The Adventures of Robin Hood, Mildred Pierce, great movie, and this movie, I've written it here, Casse Blanca, Blanque, I don't know. Usually action directors get a lot of praise for how they choreograph a scene, as they should. But comedy directors also need their own set of separate praise, and Michael Curtiz really shows why in Romance on the High Seas. A lot of the jokes here would have landed absolutely flat under the wrong direction. The movements need to be highly detailed and they need to have the moments to shine. A perfect example of that is when Peter and Oscar, a character which I didn't mention, it's a subplot, he's a character, go to drink together. The premise is simple. There's a drunk guy who keeps drinking their shot right under the nose while they discuss their desire for a woman. You'll get why that is funny when you watch the movie. It's such an easy thing to mess up, but the camera and the cuts just accentuate the silliness of the situation. And I couldn't help but laugh as it builds on and on and on. And I mean, it shows that making a good comedy is not very easy. And a good comedy can stay funny for over 70 years. Why do I feel my hands are down here when they're up here? Like, I framed the fucking shot. The story itself is very simple and really, the characters are what gave it flavor and dimension. It's a standard mix 'em up with a romantic twist, which put on top of the characters, the performances, the humor, and the direction, well, moves at a swift pace and just manages to be a truly fun romp, as it were. Should I do another take? The ending does dawdle a bit, trying to unravel the web of misunderstandings, but even then the comedy does work, and the only thing holding the movie back at that point is just the inevitability of an ending that, due to the movie's age, well, we all know is coming. So yeah, Romance on the High Seas was truly surprising for me. I didn't expect to have this much fun with it, and it brightened up my mood noticeably.
Did you ask for tickets to New York?
I certainly did. In my best Spanish, too.
But the official language in Trinidad is English.
Huh? You suppose that had anything to do with it?
As I mentioned, it's a great movie for a lazy afternoon. It doesn't require you to unravel anything. You just sit back and smile at any screen you watch it on. At the same time, though, Michael and Elvira Kent should just fucking divorce. I mean, this amount of deception just because you don't trust your spouse is not healthy. And this time it managed to scrape by, but next time it will turn ugly. I mean, I don't know why movie thinks it's charming. It's not. It's just really unhealthy and toxic. Just fucking divorce. You're both better off without each other. Also, just noticing weird stuff. Dante Fore, the guy who plays Michael Kent, looks a lot like Alec Baldwin. So look forward to it in a biopic or something? I don't know. Watch Romance on the High Seas. Not a lot of rom-coms from earlier decades hold up. Fortunately, Romance on the High Seas is not one of them. It still holds up. Oh, what an inconspicuous setup. Well, while am I here, I might as well talk about Mao's Last Dance. Mao's Last Dancer. Mao's Last Dancer is not a good movie, but it's not a bad one either. It's an interesting movie, and not solely because of any over-the-top aspect to it. And yes, I trimmed my beard. Let's not make a big deal about it. The movie tells the story of Li, I'm going to butcher his last name, Konshen, a Chinese ballet dancer who came to America in the early 1980s and then defected to the West. It's a biographical movie, so I think knowing that much about it is enough for our purposes today. The movie is not really poorly made or anything. In fact, and I will get to that later on, it does a surprising amount of great stuff. But there is an underlying problem in the movie. The movie's narrative basically comes to fruition when Lee is exposed to the culture of America and then decides to not leave America and refuses to return to China. So the movie's basic theme is boiling down to the differences between what the movie calls the free America versus the not so free China. If that was the theme alone, the movie would still be in need of criticism because of its oddly reductionist view, but it goes beyond that. Okay, let's bring it down. Mao's Last Dancer was directed by a man named Bruce Bresford. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing his name correct, whose filmography also includes a peculiar movie, Driving Miss Daisy. For those of you who haven't seen Driving Miss Daisy, it's a movie about Morgan Freeman driving a woman around named, well, Daisy. And then racism magically gets solved when Miss Daisy realizes that racism is bad. If it reminds you of another movie, you're not the first one to make that comparison. The problem with that movie's narrative is that by the end of it, Miss Daisy realizes her mistake and learns to not be racist, and the movie celebrates that, as it should. But that's not how racism works, is it? You see, in the world of Driving Miss Daisy, systematic racism and institutional racism cannot function or even exist. Because then the problem isn't a few bad individuals. When the answer gets a little bit complicated, Driving Miss Daisy falters. Because it was made to tell a story about how one by one you can change racists into not racist, and well, then maybe things will be A-okay. The reason I bring up that movie is that, oddly enough, Bruce Bresford does the same thing with Mao's Last Dancer. It's supposed to be a simple tale of East versus West. So, in Mao's Last Dancer, Lee is faced with the upper-class financial situation and rarely faces racism or even people who are, well, jealous of him. The fan was on. Because those things, well, are bad. And bad things cannot happen in Mao's Last Dancer's version of America. Okay, a clarification. The movie brings up racism 2 times in the whole narrative. Once as a joke.
Today, in street, someone speak me word, I not understand. Not found in here.
What was it?
Chink.
And the second time as a not so big a deal. In both cases, Bruce Greenwood's character resolves the situation. Now, Bruce Greenwood is very hot. He's handsome. He has a good voice. He has those mature yet welcoming eyes. And he's charismatic as fuck. He's the kind of guy that can tell me, go jump down in a well, and I'll tell myself, that doesn't make sense, halfway down one. But Bruce Greenwood's hotness cannot erase deep systematic racism that nobody ever brings up. Lee is just accepted because of how good a dancer he is and doesn't face any problems while in America. Because again, bad things in America mean China wins. This is weird. Because this movie is Australian. Yeah. What the fuck, Australia? You were supposed to give us Thors and Wolverines, not movies that downplay the real problems of capitalism in order to, I guess, stick it to China. Let me be clear though, I don't condone Chinese government's action now and not then. It's a repressive regime and worthy of many criticism that it garners. Let us not forget that there are minorities in China who are being systematically erased from the face of the earth, and cultures that are being destroyed. But this is not a competition. Just because China is bad doesn't mean America is the haven that Mao's last dancer has created. There is merit in the face of wanting to leave an oppressive regime and trying for freedom. Oppressive regimes can be a constant burden on your whole existence. Believe me, I know. But this is supposed to be a hard decision for Lee. And it's not, when the movie is clearly lopsided. The movie doesn't even try to show a gradual change in perspective in Lee. He's wearing a Chairman Mao button, and then he's not in the next scene. It's that easy for Lee. And yeah, of course it is. The version of America that Lee sees is heavenly, because showing any downsides of defecting to America means China wins again somehow, I guess. So far, all I've said is the problems with how the movie shows its narrative and setting. So why did I say at the beginning of this section that this movie is not really bad, if all I've done is to criticize it? Well, the movie does another aspect of it pretty well, the dancing. Let me tell you, my knowledge of ballet is as expansive as my knowledge of space rockets. When I see one, I can probably tell you it is one, but that's as far as my knowledge goes. In fact, at the end of most ballets, I'm like Lee's dad in the movie. That's a legitimate question. Why? Anyways, the movie manages to give you a good example of how important and how breathtaking ballet is without it feeling like the movie is talking down to you. When Lee says, "I want to fly," you feel it when he's dancing. The ballet sequences are where you get to see Lee's journey into perseverance, and it's when he becomes most human. If the movie was all about that, I think it would have been a great movie. But since it's about the life of Lee, and a big part of it is his defection to America, it needs to tell that story too. I cannot in good conscience tell anyone to see this movie without first telling them about how lopsided the movie is. It's trying so hard to tell people that even if racial and class injustices exist in America, and, well, the collective West, I guess, as it is, they still have their freedom. And it doesn't want the nuance of how that freedom is still restricted to systematic problems that put one class, and in many cases, one race and religion over the others. It just wants you to feel good about being an American. Which is weird, because again, this movie is fucking Australian. So I'll ask again, what the fuck, Australia? Also, Kyle MacLachlan is in this movie too. I like him quite a lot. I thought it was worth mentioning. Thank you. Red! Communism! Oh, that joke doesn't work here. Tomorrow will be Johnnie Ray, and I'll give you a guess what it is. There's no... No business like show business like no business I know. Yes! Yes. Fuck yes, fuck whoever who doesn't like musicals. Well, if you can't tell by my general demeanor, I am in a jolly good mood. And, to be honest, not the least of it is because of a little movie called There's No Business Like Show Business. Starring, well, our prompt for today for it, Mr. Johnnie Ray. And It's his only movie where he plays a major role. He's not very good in it. He has a great voice, honestly, and the song he sings, If You Believe, it is the name of the song. It's a great song, and you can feel his talent as a great singer.
That there's a heaven, you'll get to heaven if you believe.
But he's neither the best actor nor the best dancer out there. Anyways, he's not the main character of the movie. He's actually one of the smaller roles. The main characters are Ethel Merman, Dan Daly, and Donald O'Connor. The latter calling this movie the best he's ever made. It's no small praise when you realize he was also in Singing in the Rain, arguably one of the best musicals ever made. I'll argue for that. Anyhow, I didn't know who Ethel Merman was for the longest time. I think the first time I've heard her name, well, it was in which I admit is a weird place to first hear the name of Ethel Merman. Then you go into musicals and get into Golden Age musicals, and well, you realize that, damn, she was a force to be reckoned with. And for good reasons.
There's no business like show business, like no business I know.
Her voice is fantastic. She can dance well enough. I mean, she's no Ginger Rogers, but then again, who is? And she's a brilliant actor. And if you want to see her do all of those three in an utterly breathtaking extent, watch There's No Business Like Show Business. I can tell you the story in details, but honestly, I don't think if it's necessary. It's the story of a family of 5 named Donahue who spent their whole life in show business. Am I doing it right? The fussy hands. Ethel Merman and Dan Daly play the mother and the father. Johnnie Ray is the oldest boy who becomes a priest later in life. Mitzi Gaynor is the daughter, and Donald O'Connor is the youngest son, who is a bit of a troublemaker and a bit of a womanizer. Marilyn Monroe is also in this movie as a girl that Donald O'Connor falls in love with. But it's a Golden Age musical, so the story is fairly simple and the characters are fairly simple. The idea of a Golden Age musical is to uplift you. And let me tell you, I do feel very uplifted. There is some turmoil that the Donahues face, but at the end of the day, everything works out. The family is always there at the end for each other. And they support each other. And they help each other. It's a heartwarming story with some great music and dance numbers sprinkled on top for flavor. They try to make it more spectacular, and let me tell you, those song and dance numbers are spectacular. The music is done by Irving Berlin, one of, if not the greatest American composers.
Now if you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits?
Yeah, of all time. I was debating whether or not to say of all time. Yeah, of all time. And the dance scenes complement them perfectly. You have Donald O'Connor's usual manic style mixed with Dan Daly's, well, more subdued but more comedic touches. And it's easy to lose yourself to the movie. The thing is, this is a Golden Age musical. Oh, this feels weird. Okay, I realized I keep saying Golden Age musicals, and I kind of think that you already know what I mean, which is not the best assumption, especially when my definitions are more personal rather than academic. I did talk about it briefly when I talked about Fiddler on the Roof back in the days of Born in Quarantine, but in general, let me give you the cliff notes. Golden Age musicals in cinema, because the Broadway definition is different, are mostly referring to a number of musicals that were prominent from 1940s until 1960s. They were made with the express intention of uplifting the public morale after the war, and so they usually were light on story, high on emotions, and tended to have more jolly tones. They did have their sad moments, but in general they were happy in appearance and in endings. Many of the prominent studio musicals like Singing in the Rain, High Society, Daddy Longlegs, and basically most of Fred Astaire and Gene Kelly's career could be categorized as Golden Age musicals. I will hopefully expand on this on a later date, but in general these movies tend to be very uniform in their intent and their message and their tone. That's why I keep saying that There Is No Business Like Show Business is a Golden Age musical. And I tend to take easy on the story there. I hope this makes things more clear. And I think nowadays Golden Age musicals are very divisive. For a lot of people, a large number of people, they are not easy to get into, and for a lot of other people, myself included, they are not easy to get out of. There is no business like show business is definitely among the better ones. The emotional beats are not overtly melodramatic to the extent that it becomes cringy, and the joy and glee of the movie is barely matched by anything else. If you want to start watching Golden Age musicals, honestly, I believe you can do much worse than There Is No Business Like Show Business. I think it's strong enough to pull you in, but honestly, there is not much I can talk about here. Because it's a Golden Age musical, you've already probably made your mind if you're gonna see it or not. So I'm just going to enjoy the rest of today with the great feeling that the movie gave me, and I sincerely hope that I managed to make you curious enough to check it out. It's a good musical. Take that from me. There's no people like show people that smile when they are low. I know I'm a bad singer, you don't have to tell me, people, like. I know it. You have to suffer through it all. God, I feel good. Before we start this one, I think I need to add a disclaimer. If you are not a fan of musicals or, well, are not well versed in Roger and Hammerstein musicals, the following would probably be very confusing. I don't think you need to skip it. I'm just saying so, you know. Proceed with caution. I'm not the biggest fan of Roger and Hammerstein musicals. I don't like many of them, and the ones that I like are mostly toleration rather than admiration. They are a huge part of the musical scene, and they were more than influential. I mean, Oscar Hammerstein was mentor to Stephen Sondheim, the genius. They broke barriers and told important, for the time, stories. But I think South Pacific is one of the more dated ones. The movie is another beast, like in and of itself. A little bit of story before we go on. South Pacific is about a nurse during World War II in Pacific who falls in love with a rich French plantation owner, but has trouble accepting his mixed-race kids. That's the general story. And you're right, for that story, having 2 hours and 37 minutes is way too much. There are other subplots too, but that's the main story. You know what? I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to rant. The music in South Pacific is not even bad. Some Enchanted Evening is enough for any musical to reach its place as a memorable and influential piece of media. But then on top of that, you add I'm in love with a wonderful guy, you've got to be carefully taught, and I know some people don't like this one, for some reason, but There Is Nothing Like a Dame, which is a fun song, and it has energy and all of that. So, the music is good. The problem is mainly the story. Much like other Rodgers and Hammerstein musicals, you have a bunch of characters, and you see them and hear them and just tolerate them throughout the whole musical, but they don't say anything of substance. By the end of the musical, they've just said how they felt, but we don't know them, and so why the fuck would we be mad or sad or even care about these cardboard cutouts with voices of angels? In South Pacific, specifically, the movie really starts getting to the point 2 hours into the runtime with You've Got to Be Carefully Taught. It's where everything we've seen so far becomes clear, and the movie's message becomes clear too. So why are we seeing what can be called 2 hours of fucking filler? It also doesn't help that Joshua Logan is not a good director. I don't know how he did with the stage stuff, but when working in movies, he left some very unremarkable marks. One of them is just a very racist one. Off the top of my head, he did 3 movie musicals: South Pacific, Paint Your Wagon, and Camelot. Paint Your Wagon is a whole other story of just messiness in terms of direction and story, even though it gave us Lee Marvin singing Wandering Star, and sadly Clint Eastwood singing I Talk to the Trees. Camelot is his best, but even then it manages to disappoint quite a lot. But his style of just asking people to stand and sing and the camera just showing them singing works there. Because Camelot is a very talky story, and it relies more on beliefs rather than emotions. People just sit around talking most of the time, so when they sing like that, it doesn't make a whiplash. South Pacific is an emotional story, and Joshua Logan has been given the keys to fucking paradise, and the movie is so fucking boring. Like visuals, there is no good visuals. South Pacific is a much better musical than Oklahoma, and yes it is. Oklahoma only has Oh What a Beautiful Morning. And before you tell me the name of the rest of the soundtrack, do you remember the song? Or do you remember the names? I remember Poor Judd Is Dead, but only the name. Not the song, just the name. Oklahoma is an objectively worse musical than South Pacific, but the movie is so good because Fred Zinnemann directed it, and Fred Zinnemann knew how to direct a fucking movie. Oh What a Beautiful Morning, the only good song in Oklahoma, gets an iconic scene with great direction and great camera work that instantly makes it pop. What does Some Enchanted Evening get?
Some enchanted evening.
Instagram filters. South Pacific talked about some huge issues regarding racism, and I do commend them for tackling it and actually mentioning the somehow controversial statement that racism is a product of nurture and not nature. How is that controversial? You racist people are idiots. But even how the musical talks about racism, by the time West Side Story came out, was not only outdated, but it was basically obsolete. Because the story is so weak. I don't care about these people, so why should I care about their thoughts and feelings when all I know about them is that they talk to each other? Luther Billis is the most well-defined character in the movie. And he's the comic relief for Poseidon's sake. Then there is the fact that the movie's last half hour is a jumbled mess. I don't know what is going on. Yeah, what is supposed to be funny? What is supposed to be heartbreaking? What the hell? What is this whole sequence? What is going on, Joshua? Why is this here? Anyways, South Pacific. Just listen to Some Enchanted Evening. Oh, and I'm in Love with a Wonderful Guy, which, if you frequent the post-apocalyptic America, you're probably familiar with. You've got to be carefully taught is a good song, but generally it's just a bit too simple. I know some people need to be reminded that, and that makes me scream in my pillow at night, but it's not the song trying to be racially motivated and progressive. Funnily enough, there is another musical that does it much better than South Pacific, and it came out before South Pacific. And it also had Oscar Hammerstein II as its lyricist. It was Showboat. So yeah, my advice for South Pacific is watch Showboat. The odd thing is, this is not the only Rodgers and Hammerstein musical that you'll be viewing in this video. One is coming way down the road. That one is very racist. And I know my Showboat comments will probably get some rants of their own from people who like musicals. For those of you who don't like Showboat, I'll give you 3 words. Old Man River. Like, fuck off. You've got to be carefully taught is a good song, but Old Man River is just fantastic. Like, it's just great. Like, you can't do better than Old Man River. And Rodgers and Hammerstein really tried with South Pacific. It's not as good as Showboat. And Showboat actually does have a movie too. It's a good movie. I do recommend watching it. Be honest. You skipped this one, didn't you? Hello. Sweetest Smell of Success is a fantastic movie. It's a detriment to us, not as a collective society or collection of civilizations, but as a species, that not all movies ever made are Sweetest Smell of Success. It brings my blood to almost a boil when I think about hundreds, thousands, millions of movies being made, released, viewed, or greenlit every day, and not one of them is Sweetest Smell of Success. Cinema ended in 1957, and the rest has been but a mere shadow. And I was slightly exaggerating there. I mean, by God is this movie fantastic on every single aspect. It manages to be much more than you might think. I mean, the writing is fantastic, the direction is impeccable, the music is outstanding, and the performances are breathtaking. Above all else, the movie just oozes atmosphere and intrigue. It's an older movie, mostly has people talking, and not a lot of action. I mean, the most action you see in the movie is Burt Lancaster slapping Tony Curtis. And as hot and sexual and wet dreamy as that might sound, it's not a high adrenaline rush. It's a calm movie in terms of on-screen action, though it's anything but calm when it comes to interactions. Okay. I'll tell you the summary of it pretty quick. Nothing spoilery, so don't worry about that. I actually do want you to go ahead and watch the movie. If there is any movie so far in the list that you think you need to give a chance to, I highly recommend it being Sweet Smell of Success. The story of the movie is about a sleazy columnist named J.J. Hunsaker, which is based on Walter Winchell, the prompt for the movie, who tasks a press agent by the name of Sidney Falco, I forgot his name for a second, to break up the relationship between his sister and her lover. The story is that simple. Seriously. And believe me when I tell you, there is no big twists to it or even like a giant last-minute revelation. It's just sleazy people being sleazy and using any means necessary to reach their goal. Oh, I should do a drink first. Tony Curtis, who I have a meddling appreciation for and love in many stuff and can't tolerate in other stuff, much like Richard Burton, is perhaps giving one of, if not the, best performances of his life. He's a handsome man, and to see him be this ultra horrible human being, plagued with greed and wanting need of success to the point of his smile appearing more reptilian than human, is a truly magnificent transformation. The same is true for Burt Lancaster, but I do believe Burt Lancaster to be one of the greatest actors of his generation, and to see him dissolve into a mess of power and ego was nothing short of, his other works. The, oddly enough, chemistry between Lancaster and Curtis is one that can carry the movie alone. Between Lancaster's larger-than-life but scummier-than-mud personality and Curtis's constantly humble and begging demeanor, I don't think you can get a better representation of the, pursuit of success. Then we get to the dialogue and direction, which can make any writer and director envious. I mean, at this point, I can be considered a deadly sin by myself due to the amount of greenifying envy I feel towards this movie. Every line of dialogue in this movie is an exercise in character development. Each character has a tone of voice unique to them, and each character has its own vocabulary. Within the first few minutes of you knowing Sidney Falco, you get to know what kind of a person he is just by one line of dialogue.
Sidney Falco office. Take your top coat.
And leave a tip in every hat check room in town.
I mean, then you get to the quick quips that, people just throw at each other. And the tapestry of relationships that are...
You're dead, son. Get yourself buried.
All very well defined. And Sweet Smell of Success is perhaps one of the best movies ever made. It is sadly bound to its time because columnists like Walter Winchell are less prominent and can have less prominence in general. As well as press agents who are beholden to them. But I do believe the movie's virtues are high enough to have you go back in time to that era. It's a movie filled with intrigue and a complicated web of relationships. But it never manages to be boring. It handles everything it needs to handle perfectly, and as a result, gives a truly magnificent experience to the audience. You can sense the smoke in the air through the movie. And I know this has been basically me simping for an old film noir from 1950s, but you cannot imagine how good this is unless you've seen it. Believe me, when you see Sweetest Smell of Success, what I've said so far is just the surface that I'm scratching. With each layer you peel from this movie, you get something new. You can look at it from a psychosexual angle and analyze the weirdly pseudo-romantic relationship between JJ and his sister. You can look at it from a social angle and analyze Sidney's rise to prominence by using people who are in his own economic level and social level to reach a higher one, and how the dream of reaching there, well, makes him blind to the whims of the economic levels above him. I mean, I don't even fucking smoke, so I guess watch the Sweetest Smell of Success, people. I mean, how much do I need to praise it? Seriously, watch Sweetest Smell of Success. I've oftentimes found baseball to be a rather peculiar sport. It's mostly an American sport to the best of my knowledge, and I have no idea how you play it. I've seen movies about it, like A League of Their Own, Field of Dreams, and that one animated movie with a talking baseball bat. But I still don't know how you play this, well, gosh darn sport. And I guess that's why for me Joe DiMaggio's athletic prowess is really hard to grasp. I've heard of him, of course, from that one episode of Frasier where Martin dresses up like him, to Joe DiMaggio being name-checked in Simon and Garfunkel's Mrs. Robinson.
Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio? Our nation turns its lonely eyes to you.
But I don't know why he was so good or so well known. So when it came to choosing a movie based on his name, I was faced with a couple of decisions. Either go to biographical extents and even cover his most famous relationship with one Marilyn Monroe, of which there is even a new movie being made with Andrew Dominic of the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford fame, at helm of directing it, called Blonde. As I'm recording this, it hasn't came out yet. Or go to the other route and see if he had any acting ambitions, which he didn't, leaving me with a movie called Manhattan Merry-Go-Round, which you may have actually accurately guessed that I'm trying really hard to avoid. I really don't have much to say about the movie. Well, that's not true. I've worked on it for a couple of hours and came up with a quick-witted review headline, if you allow me. Unlike what the movie keeps uttering to a weirdly unfunny Italian impression, the movie is not of a few words, and when it talks, it says next to nothing. Would anyone care for a grenade? I was actually wondering, like, if this is a green notebook, if I hold it like this, can I do green screen effects on it? I can put like a really creepy image here. We'll see. This movie was really a chore to get through, if I'm honest. It's fun to look at its place in cinema, and I will get to that very shortly. But between the clearly outdated jokes and a bare bones story, it really wasn't a pleasant experience.
Mr. Thorne, I am a man of a very few words. When I talk, I say a lot. And just now I say, we'll get him. You heard that, boys? Sure. He won Ted Calloway and the Cab Lewis. And, well, anyway, you get him. Okay. Sure.
I'll tell you the story, but honestly, even what I'm about to summarize might sound more substantive than what the movie actually offers. The story of Manhattan Merry-Go-Round is about a gangster, a stereotypically Italian one at that, who acquires a record company and then has to basically kidnap and force a bunch of performers to come and sing for the company. There is also a love triangle relationship and an insufferable opera singer and a bunch of scenes that go nowhere. Okay, this is what I meant by the special place in cinema. I think by the advent of television, certain movies probably saw themselves go extinct entirely, and Manhattan Merry-Go-Round was definitely one of them. It's basically a variety show. The reason the story goes nowhere and the scenes are seemingly arbitrary is because the story is not what is supposed to be the centerpiece of this movie. The centerpiece of Manhattan Merry-Go-Round is supposed to be the acts that are in it. The opening credits proudly claim a number of them, including Joe DiMaggio, and the movie just needs an excuse to take a backseat and let you enjoy a vignette by Cab Calloway, for example. And yes, if the only song by Cab Calloway you know is that famous one, they play some of it. I feel like this is the kind of movie that when you're listening to radio shows discussing these acts back in 1937 that are in New York and see the poster of the movie, you go to see and just experience the acts. The fact that they show Joe DiMaggio playing baseball, even though it's really, and I mean really, inconsequential to the whole semblance of plot that the movie should be having, is enough of an evidence. It's basically acting like a talk show who showcases acts and introduces new ones like Gene Autry, but with the hosts having some on-screen drama. That's, I think, as far as I can go with this one. I don't really think these kinds of movies are useful outside of preserving those acts shown in them, but that makes watching them in this day and age, when you can watch the acts separately without the useless drama or the character or the plot, really obsolete. There is a reason this movie probably doesn't have a better quality for it readily available. Why would you want to see this more clearly? Just go watch Cab Calloway and, you know, Heidi, 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 ho. By the way, I love Cab Calloway. This is me basically just giving you a taste of my own stuff that I love. I love Cab Calloway and I do love Minnie the Moocher. Like, it's a song that can instantly pick me up. I love jazz music and so Minnie the Moocher was always a great song to listen to. Dun 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 dun. Let's take a little break, everyone, and sit back as I tell you a story all about how my life got turned upside down and I was introduced to the unmatchable energy of Mr. Cab Calloway. A lot of my friends who know Cab Calloway and haven't been introduced to him because I forced them to watch a dozen clips of him singing, sorry guys, know him from Blues Brothers, which is a fun movie, and the scene with Cab Calloway is probably one of the best scenes in the whole movie. I love that scene. the smile on everyone's faces because they're playing with Cab fucking Calloway. Fantastic. Fantastic. That's not the case for me though. I actually knew first about Minnie the Moocher before I knew about Cab Calloway. I didn't even know he was their singer. How? You may ask. From Jeeves and Wooster. It'll make more sense, hopefully. The thing is, I'm a big fan of jazz, but it won't shock you to know that jazz isn't very big in where I live. So back when I was 15 or 16 and I was just learning that there are songs that are sung in not Persian and they're good and I should listen to them, I watched the new, for the time, Sherlock Holmes movie. There was this guy in it that I thought was pretty funny, and so I started watching stuff that had Stephen Fry in them. One of them was Jeeves and Wooster. Yeah, I watched a quite boring comedy drama about aristocrats being saved by their genius butlers when I was 15. And you ask why I am the way I am. So, there is this episode where Wooster is playing piano, and he's playing Minnie the Moocher.
Roddy, Roddy, raw, Roddy, Roddy, raw, tee-dee-hee-dee-hee-dee, tee-dee-hee-dee-hee. But Minnie had a heart as big as a whale.
Now the tone of the show towards the song is not very favorable, but the song did struck a chord in me, pun intended. And I went on searching Minnie the Moocher. And before long, I was knee-deep in clips of Cab Calloway singing it, and I loved it. I don't think that was where I became infatuated with jazz, because my jazz journey was mostly Lou Armstrong and Ella Fitzgerald inspired. But it was the moment I realized I loved Cab Calloway. I honestly feel better whenever I hear that song and I watch him sing it. Thanks for listening to my story. On with the show. I appear in front of you in audio form and not as my usual video form. That is due partly to the fact that I kinda do not look very good. Like I didn't sleep very well and my eyes are all baggy and stuff. Also, Moreau used to work in radio, so why not? In any case, the motion picture being discussed at this segment is one by the name of Good Night and Good Luck. It was made in 2005 and it tells the story of Edward R. Murrow. Who was Mr. Murrow? He was a journalist working at CBS during a turbulent time in American history. I have to confess that I've always found the American zeitgeist and cultural landscape of 1950s and 1960s fascinating. It's when many prominent figures came to power and many cultural shifts happened to change the power dynamics and introduce many new aspects to the history of the world. One of those figures was a man from the state of Wisconsin, a man whose name would be synonymous with the Red Scare and the witch hunts that would shape the future of American views on communism. That man was Joseph McCarthy. I do not believe I need to explain the paranoia caused by the era so acutely dubbed McCarthyism, or how it disrupted the lives of many people just for one man to have a self-righteous crusade and a media circus at his beck and call. That is where Good Night and Good Luck comes in. For a movie based on the life of Edward Murrow, it's not a good biographical movie. I don't think the movie is supposed to even be a biographical movie, and I find it a discouragement that despite that, the movie has been heralded and advertised and even at points have tried to be a biographical movie. Good Night and Good Luck will not give you an insight into the life of Edward Murrow. It will not give you an insight into his thoughts or his beliefs. It doesn't fully comprehend or recreate the actions of Edward Murrow. Simply put, I do not think this movie was about Edward Murrow. I do not think it was about Joseph McCarthy either, despite both men playing a vital role in the story of the movie and being major players in the conflict that is central to the movie's structure. The movie is not about a person. It's a movie about the feeling of the decade. Despite what transpired, which made it seem like I was against Good Night and Good Luck, I do believe this movie to be a great representation of the fear and the paranoia that McCarthyism brought with itself. The movie shines in small moments when the audience is allowed to experience the fear on Monroe's hands or the minuscule interactions and aggressions that drive a man to take his own life. It's not a movie that will shock you. It's not a story with a huge reveal. It's a historical drama. Your guess is always true. But that is not a detriment. What you achieve from the movie is being immersed in the world of journalism in a highly turbulent time. The movie is at its best when you, as an observer, feel the effects of being under the watchful eyes of Joseph McCarthy, being accused of being a communist with no recourse to have a voice at your defense. Good Night and Good Luck is a masterclass of atmosphere and setting, though it is not without its flaws. As the movie reaches its ending, the desire to force the movie to be about Edward Monroe makes it so that the last scenes of the movie, instead of helping to achieve the hammering of the final nails on the coffins of McCarthyism, just to realize that the corpse inside has been animated through the influence of fear, becomes a rather dull lecture at the virtues of television. With the state of journalism at the current era, it's hard to not look at Good Night and Good Luck as a relic. A good relic, but a flawed one. By keeping the focus of the movie on the feeling of McCarthyism, Good Night and Good Luck doesn't manage to break the surface of social commentary that it needs and thinks to have. The subject of censorship is brought up but never fully explored, despite the movie having the perfect atmosphere and setting to explore how the innate paranoia of McCarthy's action can bring even the bravest of men, here being heralded as Edward Monroe, to doubt themselves. It is the opinion of this YouTuber that Good Night and Good Luck is a worthwhile experience. There are many words written about the fears of McCarthyism, and countless movies have been made set in that era. But barely any of them get near this movie to actualize that fear. That is no simple task. Despite the many flaws that the movie's commentary and the movie's narrative might have, the virtues of what it manages to achieve should not be downplayed. It also benefits from one of the best performances of David Strathairn as Edward Monroe. Despite his opponent being portrayed by a madman in a position of power, Joseph McCarthy himself, Strathairn never feels out of place. He fights Joseph McCarthy in 2005 with the same vigor that his character might have done in 1950s. Great job, Mr. Strathairn. With that, this segment comes to an end. The turbulent times of Good Night and Good Luck are a good reminder for many of us to embody the fear that once ruled over everyday life, and to know the tactics used by power-hungry politicians. Though the movie falls short in telling the tale of McCarthyism past the man whose name decorated it, what it manages to put across is worthy of admiration. With that, be vigilant in not bowing to those who try to exploit your fears. Good night and good luck. Like, this would have been so cool if this movie was like at the very end of the video. Like, I think this was a great close-up, but nope. We haven't even reached double digits yet. So the journey is far and long. Very long. Perhaps too long. It's a shame though, ending everything with a good speech and then saying good night and good luck. Could have been so epic, you know. Good night and good luck. And then cut to black. Damn. But in a few minutes you'll see me talk about another movie discussing a reporter's relationship with another controversial Republican figure. Good night. I have to make something clear before we start. I don't usually bring this up, but the reason Richard Nixon was mentioned in the song in this section was due to him being elected to the US Senate, and it's way before his presidency. But honestly, I don't think you can take Watergate and Nixon's failed presidency out of him. I mean, part of the political mess we are witnessing now can directly be traced back to that event and Nixon's actions. So I thought it's okay if I bend these completely self-inflicted rules, and I chose a movie about post-Watergate Nixon, and one that has been on my mind quite a lot ever since I saw it first. Frost Nixon is a 2008 historical drama movie by Ron Howard. I wouldn't even feel like I'm exaggerating when I call this one of his best movies. He has a very hit-and-miss filmography for me, but this one is one of the immediate hits. It's a movie about the relationship between David Frost, a British talk show host, and Richard Nixon. I don't think I need to explain who he is. After Watergate and Nixon's resignation from presidency, David Frost goes after him for an interview and manages to record a 4-part series of interviews. It's basically a movie about how each side is trying to get what they want in this intellectual arena. God, that was pretentious. The movie is made like a documentary, and I don't mean just that it features interviews in it. It's shot and told like a documentary. It feels like the camera is intrusive and invading the privacy of otherwise private moments. It's weird because I know a lot of the movie is probably using artistic license and is not telling the factual truth and instead a dramatic truth. There are also scenes that have that dramatic feel to them, so why does it feel like a documentary? I think the subject matter is interesting, and I'll get to that in a bit, but if it wasn't for how this subject matter was discussed and shown, I don't think it would have been as effective. Basically, at the end of the day, it's a story about two guys talking and filming themselves. That sounds familiar. There's more to it, but the big climax of the movie is one of them forcing the other one to feel bad. That's it. It could have easily just been another biopic or historical drama relying so much on the based on the true events crutch that it would break it under its own weight. But it's not like that. It looks and feels like a documentary. You go step by step with the characters, see the event from multiple fronts, but are never given a full picture unless you put everything together yourself. It's an effective way of telling this story because it makes it feel more real. I know it's based on true events and stuff, but that is not what makes movies feel real. It also helps that there are two fantastic performances at the center of this movie and a whole barrage of good ones surrounding these two. Frank Langella doesn't really look like Nixon in my opinion, and I do appreciate the movie not putting him under a ton of prosthetics just to make him, marginally look more like Richard Nixon. He manages to embody him pretty good though. Because of the movie's documentary feel and how good Langella, I don't know which one I pronounced it first, I don't know which one is correct, manages to show the angry and calm Nixon, you get to replace Nixon in your head with the Nixon in this movie. I'm sure that is also the case for Michael Sheen's David Frost, from what I've read, but sadly I'm not very familiar with David Frost, so to me, he's always Michael Sheen. I wish that was also the case for Nixon. I don't like him very much, which is the most controversial political opinion ever. Now, the movie really takes advantage of the subject matter, the constant mental battles that these two play with each other works really great at creating tension. And then again, the camera and the performances just elevate that to an 11. I know I look older, but I'm not. I wasn't alive when Nixon was. So for me, getting the gravity of what he did has been a historical question rather than an emotional one. I don't think Frost Nixon is good at creating the emotional state of what was going on, unlike Good Night and Good Luck did for Richard McCarthy. But I feel like after watching it, I have a better understanding of what it felt like to witness what transpired. It's the movie's strength for sure. The subject matter of interviews and getting, as the movie puts it, that close-up of a defeated Nixon was a great point to make. It puts the movie aside from other ones discussing Watergate. It's not just about what Nixon did, it's also about getting him to shed that light of presidency. We get to see Nixon as something we could never see him before that moment. A petty human being with shallow views of the world and moral shortcomings. In other words, he was a true president. One of the reasons the movie has stuck in my head for as long as I've seen it is because anytime I hear that there is an explosive interview regarding a former president, I only think of this movie. I think of what it said about Nixon and showing him, and then realize that, oh, the new one is just a prick editing tricks to make a boring interview sound exciting. I was gonna say wanker because, he's British, but, prick sounded better. There are many movies about Richard Nixon and Watergate, and a huge number of them are really good. If this experiment ever has a couple of sequels, you get to see more of them appear, probably. Frost Nixon is also one of the great ones. It's honestly kind of shocking for me that Ron Howard made it, and it's kind of shocking that he made it as good as he did. It's a good movie. I do recommend checking it out. Hell, even if you like Nixon and think he did nothing wrong. First of all, I want your apathy and lack of morals so much. But also you get to see him being portrayed by Frank Langella with a lot of dignity. Also, as an Iranian, I'm contractually obligated to clap my hands whenever I see anything even remotely Iranian is mentioned in Western movies, so...
Hey, we got that caviar the Shah of Iran sent me.
No, thank you.
You sure?
You might be wondering, why am I wearing suspenders and no belt? Because suspenders work as belts. But anyways, I know I don't look like David Frost, who was famously very good looking. So I thought if I can't look like David Frost, I can at least try to look like Larry King. He was also a very famous interviewer. Rest in peace, Larry King. I don't know cars. Like, outside of a vague idea of what cars are supposed to look like, for me to recognize a car, they need to be very famous and have a prolific movie career. I know Aston Martin because of James Bond, and I know Batmobile because of Batman. What? What do you mean Batmobile isn't commercially available? But it looks so much better than a Lamborghini. What the fuck? What do you mean I don't know anything about car design? Oh, well, fuck you. You're getting a fucking ass whooping. Ow. Anyways, there is apparently a Studebaker in the love bug. I hope so. I know it's not Herbie, because Herbie is a Volkswagen Beetle, the Nazi car. But I'm sure there is a Studebaker there. Actually, I'm going to rely on my editing self to put the image of the Studebaker in the corner. Right now. The Love Bug, though, in and of itself is also an interesting movie to me. For those of you who are not familiar with Herbie, This is his first appearance. The Love Bug is about a sentient car. But instead of a horror movie, it's a comedy. The story is fairly simple. A racer by the name of Jim Douglas gets a car from a dealership, and over the course of the movie realizes that the car is alive and is sentient. He then starts racing with the car and wins races. There's a rivalry with another guy, played by Mr. Banks from Mary Poppins, and a romantic relationship between Jim and a woman by the name of Carol. There is also Buddy Hackett, being in his second best car-related comedy movie. Yes, I count that as a car-related comedy. He's in a car for like the most of it. It's a children's movie basically, and one of those old Disney children movies, the live-action ones. I have to be honest, there is a weird nostalgic feeling to those movies, which I find very intriguing, because I didn't used to see many of them as a kid. Arguably the one I've seen most is Mary Poppins. All of the other famous ones, like that darn cat, I've seen way later in life. Way later for them to be considered nostalgic. It's basically me feeling nostalgic for the nostalgic movies of the generations before me who grew up on these movies. The Love Bug does have another aspect to how I've seen it, but I'll get there. These old family-friendly movies all almost look and feel the same. And much like how many MCU movies nowadays look and feel the same, and basically you can watch most of them together and they bleed and blend into each other, the old Disney family movies feel the same. Many of the jokes and writing and characters are similar. They kind of look alike for the most part, with a clear studio feel to them and saturated colors that makes them pop. Which is why the Love Bug enters this area of what I like to call dementia movies. I need to explain a bit. It sounds way worse than what I mean. Like, I should have maybe come up with a better name. There are many movies that blend together to the point that I personally don't know if I've seen them or not. I usually, if I may be a bit self-indulgent, have a good memory of the movies I've seen, even ones from my childhood. I may not remember exact plot points or characters, but I do remember a general idea of the story and how it ends. The reason I call these dementia movies is that there are aspects of them I can remember and recite with pinpoint accuracy, but nothing else about them. So it makes me don't know if I've seen them before or not. The old Disney family movies tend to bring that out in me. The first time I saw that darn cat, it felt so familiar that I thought I may have seen it, but the truth is I hadn't. It just was that uniform look. I was basically projecting my memories of Mary Poppins onto this movie and thinking they were the same, because they looked and to some extent felt the same to me. Mary Poppins is much better though, like, it is a much better movie, but you know what I mean. This gets more complicated with the Love Bug, because unlike that darn cat, I remembered scenes from the Love Bug to the T. This scene of the car, spoiler alert, cutting in half. I did remember it fully. I just didn't remember the story, or the characters, or how the movie ended, or anything else about the movie. I even forgot where this scene belonged to, because in my head, it was in the middle of the movie, when in actuality, it's towards the end, like it's literally one of the last scenes of the movie. So it makes me feel forgetful and, well, demented. I can't trust my brain on these movies that bleed into each other, and so that's why I chose the Love Bug for this entry. I wanted to explore this aspect a little bit more. Now, the movie's quality is middling. It's on its best when it tries comedy, and there's a dark humor aspect of watching Herbie, and that's the name of the car, by the way, I don't know why I didn't mention it before, trying to commit suicide. I don't know why I laughed so much at that. I guess I didn't expect this children's film to go there. I like that the movie doesn't dwell on how Herbie works or what are the rules of this universe, because honestly, I don't think it needed an explanation. The movie's downside comes mostly in the third act misunderstanding and dragging it a bit on there. This movie is 1 hour and 47 minutes. It didn't need to be 1 hour and 47 minutes. Also, the romantic angle is mostly boring. Anything that's not to do with a sentient car is boring, which comes really as a shock when you realize the last 30 minutes of the movie, which is the big race part, the climax, doesn't have to do much with Herbie's sentience. It's just a racing movie at that point. It's the great race with Nazi cars and Mr. Banks. He even has the mustache. Hey, Great Race fans, this one was for you. Keep on keeping the dream alive. More people should watch that movie, yes. It's a shame they don't. It's a classic, I know, and to be honest, Herbie is kind of cute. I know it makes no sense, but believe me on this. There are problematic elements to it, like some not very subtle Orientalism, and it depresses me to no great extent to look back at that and say, well, at least they use an actor with East Asian roots. Second Blake Edwards reference in this segment. Old Hollywood movies are depressing most of the time when you realize how low they can get, despite their quality on technical aspects. Speaking of that, the movie's special effects are kind of good. They haven't aged the worst. You can suspend your disbelief for them. So overall, it's an okayish movie. I doubt it'll hold the attention of many kids or adults, but if there's nothing else on TV, you can do much worse than The Love Bug. I really hope there is a Studebaker in this movie. Like, I really hope so. Good evening. Today is June 11th, 2022. In roughly 10 minutes, I will be eating this tiny, cute cupcake on screen. I will struggle with it. This will give you enough time to anticipate and hype yourself up for such an occasion, while I discuss the 1976 movie Network. Network was written by Paddy Chayefsky, directed by Sidney Lumet, and stars Faye Dunaway, Peter Finch, Robert Duvall, and William Holden. It tells a number of subplots that have a television network at their heart. Diane Christensen, the head of programming, who tries her best to find more and more lucrative shows for the network. Max Schumacher, an old relic of an old television, seeing firsthand the corruption of news and the rise of sensationalism. Frank Hackett, a corporate man, trying his damnedest to achieve the best fiscal results for the company in charge of the network. And Howard Beale, a newsman getting close to his retirement, finding solace in being an unlikely prophet. Of course, there is more to it, and these storylines do interact with each other. But I'm not going to go deeper, because I do believe you should definitely go and watch Network. I can't tell you how much I appreciate and adore the works of Paddy Chayefsky, who I consider to be one of the best American screenwriters of all time. From Monpti, which is a great story of acceptance and romance, to even his last movie, Altered State, which has a lot of interesting ideas about the future of humanity that we usually put aside for the works of David Cronenberg. Network, though, is truly one of his masterpieces. The movie has an interesting array of characters, and they all talk in their own way. Allow me to explain. I don't think anyone in Network talks like real people. Well, that's not true. The movie starts with a rather honest conversation, and then as the movie progresses, as well as Howard Beale's descent into madness, everyone starts to sound very exaggerated and dramatic. As the movie proclaims, with television getting into people's lives more and more, they lose all autonomy and individuality. They all talk in statistics or in statements. It's no longer a conversation between two people. It's a conversation between two philosophies and generations. Emotions are stifled, and rationality is losing face to the altar of drama. Even I'm now talking like the people in Network. This is very much Chayefsky's way of engraving the movie onto you. He did it in The Hospital too. Here, when you get to the scene where Arthur Jensen is basically going on a rant about how life is in service of corporations rather than ideologies.
It is the international system of currency which determines the totality of life on this planet. That is the natural order of things today. That is the atomic and subatomic and galactic structure of things today.
Oh, yes. We'll get to the political implications very soon. You don't bat an eye. At that point in the movie, it just makes sense for him to talk like that. Also, a nod to Sidney Lumet, who manages to shape the world that Chayefsky had written perfectly. The movie feels small and boxed in, like a television set. Everyone is trapped. Now, the movie does bring up a lot of politics. One of the subplots is about a liberation army and a member of the American Communist Party. And Watergate is constantly mentioned. But at the end of the day, none of those politics play a role here. There is a fantastic scene in the Liberation Army's base where they are talking with television representatives about fees and costs. And there is a slick sense of humor there where you see the people who are opposed to this system and people that are in service of it are the same at the end when the corruption of television starts to get to them. When it's all show business, everyone is looking for that next hit, no matter the cost. Excuse me for going on another preachy rant, but I find it interesting that at the end of Good Night and Good Luck, a movie that I've talked about, Edward Moore stated that if television doesn't teach people to think, it will become a box of wires and lights.
This instrument can teach. It can illuminate, and yes, it can even inspire. But it can do so only to the extent that humans are determined to use it towards those ends. Otherwise, it is merely wires and lights in a box.
Edward Moore is mentioned a couple of times in Network 2 as an allusion to the golden age of television, and I find it interesting that a few movies after that we're seeing how that box of wires and lights can ruin everything that it touches, from romances to marriages to lives to souls. I also find it interesting that a movie whose sole idea of mass media was television, how it defines it, and then comparing it to the internet, the worst of its predictions became clear. I do recommend Network a lot. I might even revisit it myself on this channel. So stay tuned for that. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Yes, I eat muffins from the back to the front, or from bottom to the top. And yes, I went to talking about the network. Without doing that, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore. Joke, or reference, or impression. I do wait for my award. Bang, 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 bang. War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Except movies about war. Which there seems to be a lot of them. MASH is one of those movies. It's set during the Korean War and it follows the escapades of military surgeons in a mobile army surgical hospital, or MASH. It's the movie responsible for jump-starting a number of careers, including Donald Sutherland, Elliot Gould, Tom Skerritt, Robert Duvall, Sally Kellerman, and of course the director, Robert Altman. All of these men, and at one moment, we'll get to that, managed to go on and do much more impressive things with their careers, which is good. I'd hate for anyone to have MASH as their only big movie. What I'm about to do will be a bit too harsh, but the movie brings that kind of response out in me. MASH is a culturally significant movie, but it's one that I think would be better left alone. It's a misogynistic, juvenile, casually racist, and incredibly disjointed experience. It's basically one of those high school sex comedies set during the war. Unlike those high school sex comedies, it works greatly to objectify women, tokenize minorities, and applaud toxic masculinity. It's kind of hard to look at this movie now and see where the humor in it is supposed to come from. Let me give you an example. It's not spoiler-free, but I'll get soon to why that really doesn't matter here. One of the long-winded jokes of the movie is that one of the doctors, a dentist called Painless, in the camp has failed to maintain an erection with a woman, so he believes he's a homosexual now. It gets worse. He wants to suicide, which is where we get the theme song Suicide is Painless. The other doctors give him a cyanide pill, and then they do a mock funeral for him. At that moment, another doctor, Hawkeye, is making out with an officer and tells the officer that she needs to have sex with Painless and make him believe in himself again. She does it, and Painless doesn't commit suicide, and she leaves the camp with a smile on her face. God. Okay. Whenever I heard this movie talked about, which is thankfully not very much, and not a lot of people are talking about MASH these days, I've heard it talked about through the context of what it did for the people involved. They are talking about the Altman-esque stuff, like overlapping dialogues, or how here we see Elliot Gould and Donald Sutherland as charismatic people which later made their career. Those things are all good and fair, but that's not the movie I saw. I cannot appreciate the overlapping dialogues when I need to collect my jaw from the floor on the rampant sexual harassment that the movie brushes aside as humorous. It takes a weird kind of person to still find MASH laugh out loud funny. And I don't know if I want to meet that person, to be honest. It seems a little disingenuous to now talk about the movie's story or plot after discussing how disgustingly toxic it is, but I'll do my best. I know this movie led to the TV show MASH with Alan Alda, and I haven't seen that show at all, so I'm not well versed in how that show is. But I can tell you that this movie's narrative is suited for a show rather than a movie. It's just a bunch of events that feel like standalone episodes. There is no arc or change in this movie. By the end of the movie, I was wondering what was gained or lost, or even what sort of experience I had. And I had no answers for it. It just feels like a bunch of TV episodes mashed together, pun very much intended. Like, here's the episode where the guys are objectifying a woman by the color of her hair and then decide to sexually harass her. Or this is the episode where Hawkeye and Trapper are into golf now for some reason, so they go to Japan to play golf. Other stuff, but that's the main thing. It's all like this. I don't mind movies that have a broken up narrative like that, because Robert Altman himself has made more movies that do this much better than MASH. It's just that in those movies there is an overarching theme or experience. I don't know if I have that here. It's just a bunch of events together. And as much as the movie wants to say, oh, it's just, it's war, it's war for you, it doesn't feel like war. Again, it's a juvenile sex comedy set in a military camp. It can easily be a training camp, because the war aspect is not as important to our main characters. Even though the movie is filled with gore-filled sections of showing surgery, which actually is the highest point of the movie, both comedically and visually, it still doesn't feel like war. MASH is, according to others, an allusion to the Vietnam War, even though it's set during the Korean War. I don't know why or how. Seriously, I don't know how. I've seen more movies about Vietnam that I can count. I don't know what MASH is saying about war or military, other than it's filled with, misogyny and sexual harassment. Which it is. But I don't give this movie credit for that when you're supposed to laugh at the woman who was just sexually harassed and root for the guys who use every waking moment trying to achieve sexual gratification with them. I'm glad this isn't the only Robert Altman movie to get fame, and he did more than this movie in his career. And even if this is where he was developing his voice, it still doesn't excuse how breathtakingly disgusting it made me feel while watching it. I don't recommend checking out this one, no matter how culturally significant. If you want to watch a war comedy that came out in 1970, watch Catch-22. At least in that movie, the guys who constantly harass women are shown enough disrespect. My back is killing me. Talk about a great movie about well-written characters. Truth is, when you want a film noir in the 1950s, you can't do much better than John Huston. And The Asphalt Jungle is just another in the long line of his movies that approve this statement. It's a fantastically written movie. It's very slow and deliberate, but because of the insane attention to details, it doesn't become boring at all. But before we get there, let me tell you the summary of the story. I'll try to keep it fairly spoiler-free. The story of the movie is about a heist. The heist master is a man by the name of German name. He asks for the help of the distinguished lawyer Mr. Alonzo D. Emmerich and puts together a crew. On that crew is the, as the movie called him, hooligan Dix Handley. I know that sounds very dirty, but it's not. The heist goes on, but Doc and crew face some issues during and after the heist. I do recommend checking the movie out. By the way, very unrelated, but almost all of the later advertisements and posters for the movie use Marilyn Monroe as the focus, which is understandable when you look at the stardom of Marilyn Monroe, but it's deceptively false advertising. She's just in 2 scenes. That's it. She's not even the main female character. That's Dix's love interest, Doll, portrayed by Jean Hagen of Singing in the Rain fame. The story is that straightforward, and a good chunk of the movie is the planning of the heist and people talking about it, and a better chunk of it is people hiding from authorities.
Ever been in Mexico City, Dix?
Nope.
It's 8,000 feet up. The air is very pure. Many first-class clubs and restaurants, a horse track, and girls.
It easily would have been unwatchable, but the characters save this movie. They are incredibly well developed and are intriguing to just watch. Doc and his constant effort to develop self-awareness and realize his mistakes is a great trait and makes him incredibly memorable. On top of that, Sam Jaffe is doing a great job. I know Sterling Hayden is the main character, but I think Sam Jaffe is as good as he is. The same is true for almost everyone else. The movie does a great job of establishing characters, establishing their defining traits, and then creating a web of interactions between them, and then has you as the witness to how they clash with each other. There are aspects to the movie that are clearly more dated and show the age of the movie. Weirdly enough, the fact that Hays Code was alive and well during this time means that though the movie clearly is going to have the criminals go scot-free, it cannot show that. So they are either caught or die. The movie also has a weird pro-more police agenda at the end, but honestly I think John Huston manages to actually add nuance to that aspect of the movie too. The police commissioner calls Dix a truly dangerous individual, which clashes with what the audience has seen from him and proceeds to see. Dix is not a criminal at heart, he's been forced into it. One of the greatest achievements of The Asphalt Jungle is how it shows the financial situations in regard to criminality. The way cops handle the poorer individuals involved in the heist and the richer ones is an interesting point. And all of this is baked into the core of the movie. There is no dialogue or anything, it's just the way the movie operates. So you get to see that disparity by yourself. Huston does that a lot. I do appreciate that in most of his movies he doesn't coddle the audience. He lets you take the whole experience in and think it over. The movie also does a great job of showing the financial burdens that do result in criminal behavior, and shows the communities that can emerge from these underground operations by the people whose means of life have been cut from the state. Basically, it's a more progressive story than you would imagine from 1950.
I'll never forget the day we left. Me and my brother swore we'd buy Hickory Wood Farm back someday.
I do hope you give this one a chance, even though the name The Asphalt Jungle is not a really good name for this movie. Okay, this is an unrelated rant, and I know they took the name from the novel, and I do get the poetics behind it, but honestly, it's not a good name for this movie. It doesn't convey the feeling of the movie at all. It's not a busy city movie, it's more about underground and the life under the city. I think if America Studebaker hasn't taken the name Underground, this would have been a better name for it. Honestly, knowing Marilyn Monroe is in it before first watching this movie, I thought this was maybe a romantic comedy about some people in a city. I had no idea I was going to see a film noir heist movie. But don't let that stop you. Watch The Asphalt Jungle and dismay at the passion of dicks. Okay, I do realize that it's his name and he's actually a very tragic character and a very well written one as well. But come on, you named your character Dix in a film noir. Of course I'm gonna make a couple of phallic jokes. What do you think I am? Not a juvenile? We can get through this if you just believe in me. Okay, let me first start by saying that this is more wishful than anything, but I kind of need to tell all of you about this. On the Wikipedia page for Good Night and Good Luck, it says that one of the complaints by test audiences was that the actor playing Joe McCarthy was way over the top, which means they didn't realize that they were using archival footage to show Joe McCarthy. I kind of need this to be true on a mental level because it's so funny if it is. Now, it's on Wikipedia, which means you need to take it with a grain of salt. I tried to look at the source that was put for this claim, but it leads to an article in the Daily Telegraph, and that article is behind a paywall that I cannot pay to see. So if any of you are a paying member of the Daily Telegraph, please check it out and tell me in the comments if it's a credible source. I will post a link to the article in the description. But if it is, and I really hope that it is true, it's one of the funniest things I've seen in a while. The fact that Joe McCarthy is such a cartoonishly bully character that even after he's dead, just by watching him, people think it's an act rather than a real person, is so cathartic. Maybe there is some poetic rhyme to history. Let that be a lesson to you kids. Don't be a bully. Desperation, depression, and helplessness. Daniel is a movie that in every fiber of its being encapsulates these three tenets. We've already had Sidney Lumet with us on network, and there I spent a lot of time talking about how good a writer Paddy Chayefsky is, which he is, and just mentioned Lumet briefly. Well, I am here to right that wrong and tell you that even when the script is subpar, Sidney Lumet is a great master of creating atmosphere and feeling.
Ah, the two best children in the world. How my favorite children.
Before we start, I have to briefly mention the story of Daniel and how that is both a detriment and an advantage of the movie. The story is taking a lot of inspiration from the Rosenbergs trial and execution. If you don't know about it, Rosenbergs were a couple who during the Cold War were arrested, accused of espionage, in particular stealing atomic secrets from US and sending it to USSR, and then convicted and executed in 1953. The movie's version of them, named Isaacson, go through that almost beat by beat. The story actually is fictional in parts and is more influenced by those events to tell its own story. I'm not going to go deep into the Rosenbergs case because I don't have the relevant facts other than what I read up on Wikipedia. I know Roy Cohn is somehow involved, but that's a story for another day. Bad people seem to prop up a lot in history. In Daniel, we go with Daniel Isaacson, the son of the couple who were convicted of espionage and then executed, as he tries to uncover the details of the case, and we also go through the experience of him and his sister losing their parents to what the movie believes to be anti-communist paranoia, which is actually not without merit.
Have you no sense of decency, sir?
It's a movie about depression and trauma, and it doesn't waste any time starting with that. Despite the very clear political angle and ideas that Lumet and E.L. Doctorow, the writer of the screenplay and the novel which the movie is based on, have put into the movie, at the end of the movie, what remains mostly is the depression and trauma. It's seeing your family being torn apart and not being able to help or handle it. First though, before we go on, let me praise Lumet for a bit. The movie isn't very exciting, and honestly, if you are not on board with the story or accept the feel of the aforementioned depression, it can be downright unwatchable. But still, Sidney Lumet manages to create a truly magnificent visual style. The decay apparent in the entire movie can easily wear you down as you're watching it. The paint chipping on every surface, the dust and the grime in abandoned buildings, the weight of confinement on our characters. These are not easy to achieve, and they're just spread through the whole experience. By the end of the movie, you get to feel the culmination of all of them on Daniel's mind and soul.
Danny Isaacson. Paul and Rochelle's son.
You get to feel the heaviness of those events on him. And it's despite the fact that neither his character is very well developed, nor his story is very well told. Okay, as much as I praise Lumet, I have to criticize Doctorow, I don't know. Okay, quick drop in here because I know E.L. Doctorow is more associated with Billy Bathgate and Ragtime, both of which have some good movies associated with them. But the thing you need to remember is that the screenplay for Billy Bathgate was written by Tom Stoppard, who has written Rosenkrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, and was involved with writing of Gilliam's Brazil. So yeah, I think he knew how to write a good screenplay. And the screenplay for Ragtime was written by Michael Weller, who had written Hair for Milos Forman before, and he was a playwright. As far as I could gather, E.L. Doctorow is a novelist and not a good dramatist. He had written the screenplay to Daniel himself though, so when I talk about the issues with the story, I mainly am talking about the movie story. I haven't read the novel it is based on. Just wanted to say his great adaptations were not done by him. But Daniel feels very rushed and very underdeveloped. The titular character is an abusive asshole to his wife, which is something that never gets resolved, and his journey brought on by his sister never feels like it has adequate motivation. It just happens. Also, the way this movie handles the flow of information is downright criminal. One of the biggest accusations of the movie is that the dentist, which accused the Isaacsons, which led to their conviction and then execution, did it because he was trying to save another couple, comes out of nowhere in the end of the movie. So the information is there, but the distribution of it is abysmal. On the other hand, though, the emotional beats manage to hit hard enough. This is why I said those words at the beginning. Daniel, despite being based on Rosenbergs and having a whole political identity that it wants to share, is more of an emotional story. It works great when it shows you the feelings of helplessness and being lost. It's downright incredible when you get to feel the pain and the confusion of the children as they see their parents being taken away and slowly driven to madness and then death.
You know, I figured it out. I'm not more than 20 feet from your mother as the crow flies. I'm 1 floor below and I'm 1 block over. Of course, there's a lot of stone between us, and poor Mommy, she's all alone up there. She's the only woman.
It's a harsh movie, and it does manage to work great in that regard. Honestly, this is where the movie shows the biggest detriment to itself. It wants to tell you the feeling you might get if you were in the same position as Daniel, which is a great idea. But at the same time, the Rosenbergs' at the time unsolved case and the desire to decipher it manages to bring that down. Daniel is an interesting movie, and it's certainly a powerful one, despite itself. I don't think I would recommend this to most people to see without some huge asterisks. There are definite good things in the movie, but it is also definitely flawed. I don't think I can forget it anytime soon. But I also know that what I remember from it comes despite of how it's told. Not because of how it's told. Also unrelated but great acting in the movie too. Ed Asner in particular broke my heart with his quest to save the couple and his helplessness in achieving it. This movie will remain on your soul after you watched it. There is no denying that. It just stays there, and again, by the end of it, you get to feel all of those 3 things. Desperation, depression, and helplessness. And I don't know about you, but those are not things that will easily be achieved by a movie and will not be easily forgotten either. This one hit hard, people. And I wasn't expecting it. I try to be fairly non-judgmental before I watch a movie, and this was the first time I watched Daniel. I will find a way to tell you which movies I've seen before and which I've saw for the first time for this experiment. But Daniel was the first time that I've seen it, and I tried to remain non-judgmental, but I wasn't feeling very much as the movie started. I was, this is getting nowhere. But it went somewhere, and I was positively surprised. And positively depressed. God damn it. The Atomic Cafe might be one of my favorite documentaries of all time. And it's basically a collage of army training videos, old propaganda movies, newsreels, and ads. It's great. Let me back up a little bit. During World War II, America used the first atomic bomb in combat. It was a controversial decision then, and it's downright condemnable when you look at what it followed with and the atrocities it caused. But from then on, the world entered the atomic age. I have a soft spot for the atomic age aesthetics. There are countless media properties, one of the most famous probably being Fallout, which is a franchise near and dear to my heart, that used it aesthetic to show prosperity and good old-fashioned American values, which included a lot of racism and religious zealotry and paranoia about communism and Russians. Again, good old-fashioned American values. So the Atomic Cafe is filled with that aesthetic, and by going bit by bit to the atomic age, starting with the bombing of Hiroshima, and then later to the development of H-bomb, and finally the use of fallout shelters, it paints a pretty great picture of where that aesthetic comes from and the horrible truth behind it. A note to self: when you say H-bomb, put a picture of H-bomber guy, and then the actual H-bomb in the background, superimpose, yes. Behind all of those posters of people smiling and waving is paranoia and fear. The world has seen one of the most destructive weapons of all time, and not only the Americans have it, but other countries have it too. So fear runs rampant. The next world war is the last one, because with atomic bombs there is no coming back. Honestly, let's talk about that. How did we ever get out of that fear? These nuclear weapons still exist, and there is a lot of them, and not in safe hands. The atomic age never stopped. We just forgot about it when Soviet Union was no more. As if the nukes disappeared when there wasn't a Soviet Union. No, the nukes are still there. I mean, America has a bunch, Putin has a bunch, UK has a bunch, Israel has a bunch, North Korea apparently has. Everybody have nukes. They are dangerous things, people. Anyways, you can easily see here people, ordinary people, showing great indifference to other people's misery.
All the world knows we Americans are constructive, not destructive. However distasteful this may be to us, there is no choice in the matter. Let us build a bomb.
And it's kind of weird to look at how the fear of the atomic bomb became normality. I've always been a fan of Bert the Turtle.
There was a turtle by the name of Bert, and Bert the Turtle was very alert.
For those of you who don't know, it's an old campaign with the slogan of duck and cover, with a catchy tune to follow it.
Duck and cover.
And I loved it because it's horrifying. It's a children's campaign telling them that in case of an atomic attack, they should just, well, duck and cover, and it will help. Earlier in this movie, we see the Hiroshima shadows. For those of you who don't know, don't look it up. Just go on, not knowing. It'll scar you for life. But let's say if you're in the blast zone of an atomic bomb, ducking and covering might not be enough to save you. One of the most terrifying things created by humans with the specific purpose of killing a large number of people and destroying large swaths of land is now so much part of the norm that there are campaigns with cartoon turtles in them telling children to be ready for it. That's the great contradiction of the atomic age, and I have a lot of love for it. The fact that it's this era of quote-unquote prosperity apparently, but underneath all of it is a dunghill of fear and anxiety. 60 is right around the corner, people, just hang in there. Though I think the people here who believe in case of you surviving an atomic bomb in your shelter, which is literally being told to us is ineffective, you should kill people who come to you for help. 60s probably wasn't the easiest time. The Atomic Cafe is a powerful movie in my opinion because it really doesn't have a narration but still has a narrative. It's all the words that were said publicly or told to people in certain situations.
Let him think twice before he admits the needy stranger, if admitting the needy stranger is going to cut down the chances of survival of the group that's already there.
The atomic bomb fell. America has one now. They're gonna rule the world. Wait. Now Russia has one. Well, let's get ready to live with the fear. Capitalism is great at that, isn't it? When the problems that arose from it are shown, it sells us the solution. Politicians jumped the gun and had an atomic arms race, which fueled a great military spending campaign, and that led to the world being under constant anxiety. So all gather up and we'll sell you fallout shelters that you can crawl out of when the rest of the world is destroyed. What does that remind you of? Do watch the documentary. Honestly, I was thinking that in this whole experiment we would have more documentaries, but no, this is our first one, and it's a great one. Documentaries can be powerful and striking, and the Atomic Cafe shows that for that, you can even just edit already existing footage into something new and something wonderful. We have the luxury of time to look at all those propaganda and old newsreel footage and feel superior to people who believe them, as I'm sure will be the case for the next generation to do it for us. But this is the harsh me speaking. I can't look at people in that documentary who show nothing of their humanity with a lot of compassion.
Well, the first thing we have to recognize that if half of Los Angeles is destroyed, maybe 80–90% of the people will be dead, and there will be fewer mouths to feed, and those of us who will survive will have more water and food to divide up.
Someone who believes in the righteousness of their nation to the point that the response to the atomic threat isn't asking for it to be gone, but decides to pick up a gun and say, "I build a fallout shelter." Which, let's be honest, weren't cheap. Those fallout shelter ads were aimed at a certain financial class. So yeah, the underlying message under them is, as usual, fuck poor people. If an atomic age comes to an end with an atomic attack, they're gonna be dead, but you don't have to be. A lot of them are marginalized group too, because it's the fucking 50s and you can legally have different bathrooms for white people and people of color. Good old American values. I do have a fascination for the atomic age. Don't mistake that for appreciation or agreement. I don't have a lot of sympathy for the guy telling people to buy a gun and put it in their shelter to kill others who managed to survive a weapon, which honestly, we didn't need. Yeah, we didn't need the atomic bomb. Call me a radical for saying that. I don't think it was a necessary evil. The thing is, most of the people shown in this documentary are probably dead now. I'm glad. The Detective, starring Frank Sinatra, is the movie that gave all of us our favorite Die Hard behind-the-scenes story. Since Die Hard is based on a book which is the sequel to the book that was adapted into The Detective, Fox actually, contractually, was forced to offer the role to 70-year-old Frank Sinatra first. Which he then, why am I telling you this? It's our favorite Die Hard behind-the-scenes story. It's a truly beloved factoid, a universally known trivia. Anyways, The Detective is not that bad, but it's been solid through the ages. That will make more sense. This is very echoey. I hope it's not that bad. There are issues with the movie, like its somewhat casual homophobia that the movie does try really hard to explore and actually does condemn. But it kinda makes it weird that it still feels obligated to cement a lot of old ideals of manhood in Frank Sinatra. I'll go deeper into that, but first let me explain the story of The Detective. It's about, a detective, Joe Leland, who takes the case of a recently murdered homosexual man and convicts the man's roommate and lover. Then the story takes another turn when a wife of a suicide case comes to him and asks him to reopen the case. That case will show deep corruption in the city and a moral failing. It doesn't work as well if my hand is outside of the car. If it feels like those are two different stories mushed together, you're not fully wrong. The stories are thematically connected, and there is a clear through line that makes the movie's message come across when you consider both of them together. But on a storytelling level, it's a little bit too muddled. The fact that the first half is fully about the murder case and the second half is fully about the suicide case, makes it feel like the movie has a divide. The story is good actually, and it's an intriguing case which showcases a lot of the problems that honestly I didn't think would come up in a cop movie from 1968. The movie talks about the police corruption and even ends on a fact that Frank Sinatra's good cop, by comparison, good, realizes that he can't be a good cop and stay in the American police force. That is more progressive than I honestly was hoping for. But at the same time, I feel like Frank Sinatra himself is a presence that the movie is trying to shake. Don't get me wrong, he's doing his best here. I don't think of Sinatra as a particularly bad actor, but he's usually not the best around. In The Detective, he's really doing a good job. He has put his everything in this movie, but at the same time, it's hard to hear lines like this.
You're the only one ever made me feel like a woman.
And don't feel like that's Frank Sinatra congratulating himself for it. Then there's the usual 1960s version of masculinity that the movie constantly applauds. Mental health professionals being shown a degree of disrespect and homosexuality being shown as a something that you need to pity. I'm recording this during Pride Month, so yay for that. Though don't get me wrong, on that level, The Detective actually manages to be progressive in other areas. It does condemn police brutality, it does try to address the legitimate reasons behind hatred of police, and it does condemn unjustified interrogation practices. If it's not apparent, I'm sitting in a garage and the light comes out, so I need to wave my hand. It tries to be progressive, and it does show the direct link between corruption and the woes of society, which, leads to high crime rate. Again, it doesn't excuse the way it treats other aspects of society, but it's trying, and honestly, for a movie like this, that was a welcome surprise. I wasn't seeing a horror show and constantly cringing.
You're the only one ever made me feel like a woman.
Somewhat. The biggest detriment to the movie, though, is its sincerity. Okay, let me explain. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the movie Naked Gun. If not, you should be. Go ahead and check it out. Well, for those of you familiar, Naked Gun is an offshoot of a TV series called Police Squad. I love this show. It's just 6 episodes and I've seen them a lot. I can probably recite them for you like word by word. The thing is, that show is making fun of movies like The Detective, the saxophone over the weary face of the main character driving. I actually don't know how to drive.
My name is Sergeant Frank Drebin, Detective Lieutenant Police Squad, a special detail of the police department. There'd been a recent wave of gorgeous fashion models found naked and unconscious in laundromats in the West Side. Unfortunately, I was assigned to investigate holdups at neighborhood credit unions.
The police procedures, the detective controlling the situation, stuff like that. I can't look at The Detective and not smirk, because Police Squad has ruined this exact movie for me. Despite it not being bad, it unfortunately belongs to the time that, used to do this stuff sincerely, so it's really hard not to laugh at. A little bit. Anyway, that's The Detective. Why did I choose it? Oh, yeah. Sugar Ray Robinson. Sugar Ray Robinson is in it. Here he is. Did you miss him? Here he is. That's all, yeah. Not the most important character in the movie, sadly. Should have thought about that before choosing this movie. But again, hey, now you know more about Detective, more than you probably should or needed to. And that's the Ali Kamsa promise. Hamza. It's my promise. I seriously don't know how to drive. Joint Security Area is a good movie. Duh. It's a movie made by one of, if not the best Korean directors of all time, and it's an emotionally charged story about friendship in unlikely places and the destructive power of war on the human psyche. What's not to love? Honestly, going in, considering Park Chan-wook's filmography, I was expecting a good direction, which is definitely what the movie has. I mean, it's a perfectly directed movie. Even though it feels smaller in terms of scale and action to his later movies, it's still beautifully shot and has enough stylistic vision in it to make most other Korean directors blush. Take note, most other Korean director. It's just a wonderfully framed movie. I'm envious of it, and at the same time, it inspires me to, want to make movies. Park Chan-wook is just great. He has given us so many great movies, and just add JSA, that's short for Joint Security Area, to it. I'm not going to spoil it, but I think I need to tell you the premise of the movie. It's hard because the journey is a huge part of it. So for the first time in this whole experiment, I'm actually going to urge you to skip this part. You can go to this time code and watch from there. If you haven't seen the movie, I suggest you do so and, go watch the movie. Hell, just skip to the next movie. I think it's a classic. You'll probably have seen that one already. So you can go there and then go and watch JSA and then return here. I'll wait. Okay, they're gone. Anyways, the movie starts with an incident in the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. In this incident, 2 North Korean officers were shot dead and 1 was injured. A South Korean officer was also injured. That's the beginning. That's the start. But through the movie, we are mostly concerned with friendship taking place between North Korean and South Korean officers and how they get close to each other. That's the premise of the movie. These 2 seemingly enemies getting close to each other after one saves the other. Great premise. So we better go back to the analysis because those people who skipped over this part are going to join us soon. To be honest, I like you people who stick with me through this much more, but don't tell them. It'll be our little secret. But I do like you more. Hush, hush. They're getting close. Hello, everyone. There are people watching Groundhog Day just outside of my room, so I hope the audio doesn't get intercepted. So the movie does a great job of bringing you in. It starts with a mystery and then slowly starts a long and incredibly well-paced emotional story. So the audience is intrigued by the mystery and the thrill of knowing what happened here and what is going on in this extremely volatile situation. Then the story slowly adds the heart to what could have easily been just an incident movie. Actually, while watching it, I was intrigued so much by the incident that I thought it was going to be just that. Before the movie starts, playing on my heartstrings. And don't think I'm exaggerating here. I feel sadness and sickness in my stomach while watching Joint Security Area, or JSA. Okay, here is a problem with doing this on the same day. I sometimes forget points that I wanted to make because I get too deep into other points. And there is not much time to revise if I want to shoot on the same day. The thing I forgot to mention, which is a detriment to the movie, is that as the emotional core of the movie gets more and more revealed, the mystery aspect shows itself as a downfall of sorts. The mystery is not as good as the emotional core of the story, and there is a great hook to start the movie with. As we get going and get deeper into the relationships and the core of the story, it becomes a hindrance. So even though the mystery is good for starting the movie with, it's not as good when you realize where the story is going. When the meat of the story is revealed to us, the mystery loses all importance, and honestly, at some point, it actively becomes sort of a stone wall. There is this old adage of all war movies are anti-war movies. I do have my problems with it because I believe, much like anything in life, it's a spectrum, and so there are movies that are anti-war and movies that look like they are anti-war. Anyways, JSA is a great movie about the evils of war by showing a pretty simple and understandable fact. When you start looking at your enemy as humans instead of faceless monsters, it gets harder to shoot them with a clean conscience. I love that this movie manages to just show that with a really good emotional beat to it. It might seem that I'm harping too much on the emotional aspect of the movie, but believe me, it's really important. I actually thought about not doing much more on this movie, and just urge you to go ahead and watch this movie for yourself. When a movie works this crazily effective in emotional storytelling, I feel like if I talk about it more while urging you to see it, I might lessen the effect. This is a movie you need to talk about with your friends after you've all seen it. So, go ahead. If you like Park Chan-wook movies, you won't be disappointed at all. And if you don't, this might be a good entry for a style because it's just starting. It's beautifully shot, it's beautifully told, and I do recommend checking it out. Not much more words needed. So I'm going to stop. The Godfather is a fantastic movie. It's a detriment to us, not as a collective society or a collection of civilizations, but as a species that not all movies ever made are The Godfather. Wait, didn't I make this joke before? Sweetest Smell of Success is a fantastic movie. It's a detriment to us, not as a collective society. Oh, yes. Well, it's true for The Godfather 2. And The Godfather Part 2 too. But that's for another day. I'm going to do something for this one. I'm going to go in unscripted. Because this movie has been dissected so much that honestly, I don't think I can add much other than coming at it from a personal place. So yes, right now on my teleprompter on my script is brackets unscripted. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. What follows this statement is 18 minutes of unscripted rambling about The Godfather. It would have been the longest section, and honestly, rewatching it, I don't think it adds too much to the discourse surrounding the movie. The Godfather is one of the best movies of all time, and so there is so much talk around it and views on it. I realize this 80 minutes doesn't really have a coherent point. And also a little bit of behind the scenes, I do plan on doing another video concerning The Godfather. So it feels appropriate if we just skip this one. Yeah. Nothing of value is going to be lost here. Don't worry, I've seen it multiple times at this point. The good stuff I've already extracted for that other video. So let's fast forward. So how are you? How's the folks? What's new? Me? Oh, I'm great. That's good. Oh, knock wood. Well, that's life. What do you know? How's the wife? Oh, got to run. Oh my, ta-ta, olive oil, goodbye. Don't watch The Offer. The King and I. This is the second Rodgers and Hammerstein musical that we've had so far. I reiterate, in case you skipped South Pacific or just don't remember it, that I am not the biggest fan of Rodgers and Hammerstein's musicals. I believe most of them to be overly long, very lackluster in storytelling, and sometimes failing to impress me musically. Though before we had a conversation about a musical whose movie adaptation was a detriment to it, here I believe it's the opposite. The King and I is not a good musical in my opinion. Rodgers and Hammerstein musicals usually tend to have a few songs that stick out and the rest just fill space. And I really don't like the music in The King and I know it has a few songs that people apparently like.
Getting to know you, getting to know all.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck this song. I don't care that you want to get to know me. Fuck off. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Anyways, The King and I is not a good musical if you ask me, but it's not the worst movie ever made. Let me tell you the story first, and then we'll praise the movie for a little before going in on all of the problems. The story of the movie is that Anna Leonovans has been hired by the King of Siam, King Mongkut, I'm sorry for any mispronunciations, to come to his court and teach his children. That's it. Then the story goes as we see Anna teaching the king's children, and by extension, the king himself. The real King and I is the friends we've made along the way. The movie really does take advantage of the king's court aspect of the story and has some breathtakingly beautiful sets and costumes. It's a beautiful movie, and unlike others, the camera movement in it actually does help to create a dynamic experience. It doesn't feel like a stage production being filmed, Joshua Logan. It actually does feel like a movie, Joshua Logan. The camera moves in interesting ways, the shot composition makes the movie feel more cinematic, and none of it takes away from the grandeur of the sets or the elaborate dance and choreography in a lot of the scenes. On top of that, there is the acting. Yul Brynner is just teeming with energy. His movements and his subtle acting choices makes his arguably one-dimensional character a joy to watch, even if his casting as a Siamese king was a bit racist. Yeah, this movie has not aged well in that regard. The casting is racist, especially him. He's British. And that's just the meta-commentary thing, and not the movie itself, which we will get to. This is the weird thing though. Yul Brynner is great in this movie. He won an Oscar and he deserved it. But at the same time, I can't help but feel a little shiver every time he speaks in a very stereotypical Asian accent.
You are part of general plan I have for bringing to Siam what is good in Western culture. Already I have bring printing press here for printing.
The same is true for almost everyone else. But weirdly enough, that's not the most problematic or outdated thing about the movie. For that, you need to look at the movie's substance. Because when you get down to it, the movie is about one thing. Sing it with me now. Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme, Western chauvinist. It's basically the age-old tale of look at the British civilized person showing people of a different culture how uncivilized they are. The amount of it being its highest whenever Anna claims something to be proper etiquette, and the movie's version of King Mongkut not just going by it, but beginning to want it. The movie even applauds that this king wants his subjects to look European and doesn't even raise an eyebrow when this sovereign nation is on the brink of cold, hard colonialism. I know, 1956, it's like colonialism was very big on their mind, but still. According to The King and I, the way to stop a nation like Britain to occupy and get your land is to look like them. and show them that you look like them. So they go and say, hey, yeah, these guys look like us, and stop their imperialistic urges.
When they are here, I shall take opportunity of expressing my opinion of English thieves who would try to steal my country. I will show them who is barbarian. Well, what is this face you put on?
Well, Your Majesty, my guess is that you will not fight with your distinguished visitors.
I will not.
No, Your Majesty. You will give a banquet in their honor.
This is what happens when you listen to one side of the story. And that side really likes you to know that she was an important figure. I love the fact that the story tries to show Anna as this free-spirited woman who believes in equality, and then that same woman is the one who wants to uphold every single British tradition, no matter how brain-dead or restrictive. It's downright insulting to see this movie trying to show everything good about King Mongkut as a Western influence and everything bad about him as Siamese. It's why watching this movie is so hard, despite its good pace and great cinematography and good acting. It's not a bad movie on a technical level. It's an insulting movie on a story level. Maybe it doesn't annoy others as much as it annoys me, but it really makes it hard to sit through some of the scenes in this movie.
A new map just arrived from England.
I do not see Siam.
Oh, the white is Siam.
Siam not so small.
As a musical, well, my outburst earlier aside, I don't think it's a good one. Again, on a story basis, all of Rodgers and Hammerstein musicals fail on some level. Here again, we have a bunch of one-note characters that are supposed to learn from each other, but nothing of value is exchanged between them. The changes happen without any prior journey. It's just off-screen. And the songs. I've heard people say this is a story about love, but I highly doubt that. I think Sound of Music, another Rodgers and Hammerstein production, is a story about love, and it does have a lot of similarities with The King and I, being a story about someone teaching a group of children about life, but with the exception of a worthwhile journey that actually shows a blossoming romance and a character arc worthy of discussion. In The King and I, there are two types of encounters. Type 1 is, look at all these exotic traditions. And type 2 is, look at all these backward beliefs that we can mock. I don't know why my stereotypical British guy turned into Sean Connery.
It's not so fast, Trebek.
Again, this story is Western chauvinism at its most unbound. And the musical numbers are also boringly routine. It feels like a musical on autopilot, really. We have a character needs song. The whole idea of a subplot concerning a young woman that was gifted to King of Siam being in love with someone else is because there is no romantic love, as far as the movie is concerned, between our main leads. So it felt like they added these two to supplement that. It is honestly more distracting than anything else. To be honest, I say of most Rodgers and Hammerstein musicals, they all can be like 40 minutes shorter and not lose anything of value. Because the spectacle of them is very confined to its own time, and so it poorly ages. And the lack of character development or intriguing subplots make them just drag. This movie, with the help of its director, manages to keep the pace with the camera and the editing, but the story still feels like it's dragging at some places. Also, Jerome Robbins is much better than Joshua Logan, let's just accept it. You don't care about these people because you don't know what they want or who they are. For fuck's sake, when will Law and Learner start writing musicals and show us the importance of I Want songs?
All I want is a room somewhere far away from the cold night air.
Anyways, The King and I, bad musical, better movie. I think it did a number of great things on a technical level, and if you heard the songs and like them for some fucking reason, and want to see where they come from, you won't be very disappointed. But if you are starting your journey into musicals, I don't think this one will wow you. Also, the whole feel of the movie's message and theme is very uncomfortable to witness nowadays. But at the very least, it's not Catcher in the Rye. Am I right? Like, it's not that bad. Okay, what do I have tomorrow? No! Let's get into it. I don't like The Catcher in the Rye. I find it whiny, incredibly dated, and a general way that a pre-internet edgelord sees the world. I actively dislike this novel, and I hate J.D. Salinger's writing. And that's as far as I go. Oh, I'm keeping this book for another video. I want to make a full video on it and go into it bit by bit. You know what? I don't usually do this, but I want to set a goal, this being the anniversary video and all. I'll make a video about J.D. Salinger's The Catcher in the Rye, and it'll be a long one of me ripping into it when I reach 1,000 subscribers. How about that? We'll keep this book for another day. Well, it's done then, I guess. What? Oh, Rebel in the Rye? The movie? Oh, it's a biopic. It's a run-of-the-mill, utterly uncreative, and surprisingly boring biopic. We are given 106 minutes of looking at a pompous asshole without ever realizing his intention, his thoughts, or his drive, other than headlines of what happened in his life. If you've seen any other movie in your life, despite this one being about a certain guy, you've seen Rebel in the Rye. Your first guess is the correct guess, and there is nothing more for you to explore here. It just is a biopic. That's all. Go ahead and read J.D. Salinger's Wikipedia page. You'll get the same enjoyment on watching this movie, and you don't have to look at Nicholas Hoult barely acting through it. And it'll take shorter. Only a little bit remains. Don't look at the time code, please. Anyways, so far we've discussed both a Golden Age musical and two Rodgers and Hammerstein musicals. Now, I doubt if this video has sequels, these are going to be our only times talking about musicals, but I thought let's take some time and I can tell you about my favorite musical. My favorite musical is Man of La Mancha by Mitch Lee and Joe Darian. As you may know, I love Don Quixote, and also this now counts as this video's quota for referencing Don Quixote. And this musical, from the first moment I've heard it, has managed to burrow its way into my heart. I actually do have a video on it too, but it was from my born in quarantine era, so improvements can be made to that discussion. In short, I love the depiction of Don Quixote in this musical, and I do love the hopeful and optimistic message that it kind of has. It's more complicated, and I do recommend listening to it. I don't really recommend watching the movie adaptation though, because it's not really good. They make Sophia Loren sing, and, well, let's say she manages to earn her place next to Pierce Brosnan in Mamma Mia, and Russell Crowe in Les Miserables, and Meryl Streep in Mamma Mia, and Colin Firth in Mamma Mia, and just Mamma Mia in general. The movie is good for showing the amazing soliloquy that Cervantes gives.
Perhaps to be too practical is madness. To surrender dreams, this may be madness. To seek treasure where there is only trash. Too much sanity may be madness.
But aside from that, just listen to cast recording albums or watch a bootleg, and give me the link to that bootleg too, because I've been looking for one. And before I go, the version I really recommend is the 2002 Broadway revival with Brian Stokes Michael as Cervantes / Don Quixote. It makes sense if you listen to the album. In very reductive terms, war movies are usually divided into two sections. It's more complicated than that, but just hear me out. The first type is the soldier's view. It's usually reserved for showing the horrors of war and the cruelty of the battlefield. The second type is the commander's view. It's usually reserved for the intense strategy meeting and showing the suspense of a military action. So usually by design, the second kind just pays lip service to the horrors of the war and mainly sticks with ingenious plans. In the first type, the individual soldier plays a big part, and you get to see them face the litany of bullets. In the second type, they are just numbers. Now, I don't mean there aren't good movies in the second type, I'm just saying there are differences. Usually the second type tends to be more dialogue heavy and more strategy heavy, so while watching it, the ideal experience is you feeling those strategies, the problems, the differing opinions about them, and the scope of the operations. At their best, they make you feel part of the command center, and you have to know every risk involved and every reward involved. It's akin to playing a strategy game. Remember those? They used to be very big. Before the gaming industry realized they are very much restrained to PC gamers and not as profitable, and are very hard to make. God damn it, I miss good strategy games. I haven't still played the new Age of Empires, but from what I've heard, it's not that much different from Age of Empires 2, which is not my favorite one. Yeah, that's right, this section's hot take is that Age of Mythology is like 100 times better than Age of Empires 2. Come at me. You know what? Screw that. Age of Empires 3 is better than Age of Empires 2. Now really come at me. Anyways, Ike, Countdown to D-Day, is the second type of war movies. Through the movie, you are seeing the war from the perspective of Dwight Eisenhower, before the attack on Normandy Beach, which was one of the final battles of World War II in the European front. I never thought I needed to explain that. Maybe I shouldn't have. You get to see him deal with different characters like George S. Patton, star of universally known Patton.
You magnificent bastard, I read your book!
And Charles de Gaulle. Charles de Gaulle. And honestly, I have to say, I didn't have the worst time watching this one. It's a TV movie, and do believe me, it shows that painfully. It's a movie that is constantly being restricted by a TV movie budget. It's very boxed in and doesn't have the luxury to show any of the actual battle. It's just people talking, but it does manage to bring you in, firstly with some good performances, and secondly by laying everything out in perfect fashion. You get to see every step of the way from the conception of the attack on D-Day to the execution of it. If there is a problem, you're aware of it. You get to see the inner workings of the generals from different countries working together, the juggling of politics and media, and each decision that Eisenhower makes does have a weight behind it, which is honestly not something I thought was possible going into the movie. For a TV movie, it is also not that badly shot. They try to do interesting things with the camera and the editing, and the flow of the movie is almost perfect. It's not too long either, and for the short time, it's done without a hitch. Things move along quickly, and because it's a TV movie, they constantly reaffirm information, so you can very easily just be reminded of the problems and the decisions.
Leaving it to June is a tremendous risk. What if there's a storm? Then we've lost June, we have to put it off to July, 6 weeks to September. It's not enough to land the army. We have to get the tanks ashore, get inland before the worst of the autumn weather slows us down.
What can you give me in June, Stag?
Expecting a fine English summer, sir.
I know that sounds like a detriment, but credit where it's due. They realize that it might be a problem too, and they manage to reiterate information in new ways to keep them interesting for us. Even if you remember them, the new way that you're reminded of them is slightly different than the last one. It really is the proof that you can do great things even without the exuberant budgets. The story is simple, and the characters are not really delved into, which would be a problem, as we've seen before with other biopics which I've discussed, if they were the focus. The movie is called Ike, Countdown to D-Day, and it does star Dwight Eisenhower as the main character, but do not be fooled, because the true main attraction is the latter part of that name. It's a movie about D-Day. Everything that happens in this movie is about D-Day. Every piece of information is about D-Day. Even Eisenhower's guilt is intertwined with D-Day. In short, the true star of the movie is the event, not the characters, and that event has been developed beautifully. It doesn't mean this movie is without its faults. There are dialogues that could be best described as cheesy at best.
I remember my first trip to Europe as a young man. I felt blessed to be here, to see it, to touch the origins of my own country that I love so dearly.
And the fact that the movie tries really hard to just slap a war is bad because young men get killed message at the end is very obvious and honestly just makes it embarrassing. It doesn't try as hard as other movies we've seen so far to idolize its subjects, but it does have little to say other than a very well-told series of events that lead to D-Day. Honestly, if you like this sort of movies, or like movies about generals figuring out strategies, or like movies about World War II, I think you should give this one a chance. It's quite short, and it does tell its one event very well. Honestly, I'm surprised, and I know that sounds surprising, but I do believe not all movies need to break the mold. I know my attitude may come across as someone who asks too much from what is understandably a series of maybe just fun little movies, and I keep criticizing them for not being their best, but I'm not like that. I do enjoy movies that are well made and well told, even if they are not big or just unique experiences. Ike, Countdown to D-Day was surprisingly one of them. I'm glad I took the time to watch it, and I easily suggest you do too. It probably won't give you anything new or exciting, but what it has is very well developed. It's like a good hamburger, right? That's what all good critics do, right? They compare movies to food, because that's the right way to do it. Like, it's the first thing you learn as a critic. Always compare art to food. Well, it's like a good hamburger. It's simple and it works, but it won't be the culinary experience of a lifetime. Now, before you people who like hamburger come at me, you should know I don't like them. But I do like this movie, so that analogy is just, it's like a good chicken burger. I wasn't supposed to watch Vaxxed for this entry. My original plan was to see the documentary The Shot Felt Around the World, which was about Dr. Jonas Salk and his polio vaccine. Polio vaccine is actually why Billy Joel mentions vaccine in We Didn't Start the Fire. But I couldn't find The Shot Felt Around the World. Apparently Tubi has it, but at the time of this recording it says content unavailable without any further description or context. Anyways, that's how, while looking for documentaries on vaccines, I came upon Vaxxed, the most disgusting thing I've seen in a while. I was going to end this segment here, have a little joke like we did with Rebel in the Rye. But no, because doing that means to some extent people will be curious to look it up. Now for Rebel in the Rye, the end result is a boring movie. But for Vaxxed, the end result is something truly vile. So I'm going to go a little bit deeper. Before we go in though, a few disclaimers and content warnings. This documentary, God, even calling it that makes me feel dirty, has some appalling language when discussing neurodivergence and shows neurodivergent people in a very negative light. I will try my best while editing to not show them, but just beware because we are going to discuss that. Also, full disclosure, I did not finish this movie. I never do this, but I watched the first 50 minutes of it. And because of my own mental health and the advice of a few friends who I was communicating with while watching this movie, I decided to not finish it. I can't do it in one sitting. Don't worry, I will not speculate over the intent of the movie's ending, but I will talk about what the movie did in the first 50 minutes. Also, before we go on, there are better videos on vaccines and even some good criticism of the pharmaceutical companies on YouTube. And I do suggest checking out, like I even need to give them a shout out, but anyways, H. Bomber Guy's Vaccines and Autism, A Measured Response, and Tom Nicholas's How Big Pharma is Extending the Pandemic. There are links to both of these videos in the description, and combined they are much shorter than this video as a whole. With that said, what is Vaxxed? In short, it's a propaganda film made by disgraced ex-doctor Andrew Wakefield trying hard to conduct a farce that would exonerate his very shoddy work as a medical doctor to link the MMR vaccine to autism. For those of you who don't know him, first of all, bless your heart. And secondly, he was the guy behind the original Vaccines Cause Autism scare in 1990s by writing a paper using fraudulent and sometimes faked data, and then got his medical license revoked, and ever since has been a sort of key member in the anti-vax movement. What a great guy, am I right? This movie is based around the supposed whistleblower named William Thompson's conversation with Brian Hooker, a chemist and biologist, and another anti-vax key figure. The movie's initial point is that CDC, Centers for Disease Control in USA, knew about MMR vaccines and correlation with autism, but hid it. Okay, let's start first with the presentation. Though it wants to look like a slickly produced documentary that is unearthing some dangerous stuff, it mostly looks like it was made by an overexcited teen that discovered Adobe Premiere has plugin effects. Me at 17, basically. It's busy. Like, even disregarding the content of this thing, which you shouldn't, it just looks unprofessional and sloppy. Hell, you can hear the difference in voice quality when disgraced ex-Dr. Andy has to go over some of his statement to make corrections.
There was an MMR vaccine that was being used in Canada, produced by SmithKline Beecham. And that vaccine caused meningitis. It was recognized quickly.
It's really sloppy. It barely functions as a starter YouTube video, let alone a documentary that people are expected to pay money for. Then there are all the techniques it uses to accentuate what it wants to be seen as horrifying. We are deeply in there must be a better way infomercial territory here. Artificial slow motion to convey more tension when in reality there is none. over-the-top horror music on top of black and white pictures to indicate the horror of being neurodivergent. And just good old-fashioned fear-mongering and people talking about how this next part is going to be the big drop, but then it's just, overly edited footage of a conversation that was recorded without consent. Let's talk about that though. The recorded conversation between Brian Hooker and William Thompson is the movie's ground for all of the conspiracy, and it is conspiracy, that it tries to push, and disgraced ex-Dr. Andy's vindication of his shoddy work in his original paper back in 1990s. But it's clearly edited out of context. Like, it's laughable how easily you can tell that it was edited out of context. They don't let it run for too long, and by using these over-the-top editing stuff that just look lame, they try to extract the meaning they want from it. It's really telling that before and after each of these recorded phone conversation segments, Brian Hooker has to tell us that it's saying what he wants it to say. Because if they just put on the recording, it's not incriminating. On top of that, the movie's hand wave at the concept of resources and evidence is just laughable. It starts with this shit.
In 1978, I want to say the prevalence of autism was about 1 in 15,000 children.
I want to say. And that's as far as it goes. I want to say that in comparison to the 1990s, there has been an uptick in blue jeans. Back in 1999, I was 2 back then, there was 1 out of 10 people wearing blue jeans. But now, in 2022, it has been 1 out of 4 or 5 people. I'm wearing one. Data? What data? I want to say that. Yeah, that's the level of evidential integrity that we can expect from this movie. It shows graphs with nothing on them. What is the x-axis here? What are those numbers are supposed to indicate at the x-axis? And the voiceover is just disgraced ex-Dr. Andy, who, due to the disgrace plus ex-Dr. status, I am inclined to not believe on face value, talking about a case of vaccines being supposedly shipped around the world using cartoons. No evidence, nothing, no paper trails, just cartoons. So on the evidential basis, this documentary is total and utter bullshit. It's the last cry of a con man who did commit fraud and made fraudulent claims for monetary gains. I'm not the biggest fan of pharmaceutical companies. You might even say I actively hate them. They are some of the lowest scum on earth, and if you want to criticize them, you should. But do it on basis of facts, like how they patent life-saving medicine, or try to push drugs onto doctors. Not due to made-up reasons from a disgraced ex-doctor. But that's one aspect of this grift. Another aspect of it is rampant emotional manipulation and a truly disgusting view on neurodivergence. Much like most anti-vaccination efforts, a lot of the burden of this thing is on the shoulder of anecdotes by parents. Parents who want to blame anything for their children's neurodivergence, and when a con man gives them a target, they know where to aim. The movie's discussion of neurodivergence is appalling, often framing children on the spectrum at the worst moments and treating them as subhuman or unnatural, basically forwarding the narrative that neurodivergent people are an anomaly and there is no way for them to lead a life. You might be thinking that I'm exaggerating, but when this piece of media, I guess, shows a woman crying over the fact that her son will never be a happy man and lamenting that maybe him being alive is not worth it?
I was so naive that he would live a fulfilling life.
There is no place for me to exaggerate. I hated watching this. I really did. That's why I couldn't finish it. Calling people on the spectrum damaged and people who lost everything. It's disgusting. It's revolting. It's the underlying message of this documentary. Vaxxed, in its core, is about how neurodivergence is something to be ashamed of, something to prevent as if it's a plague. I already had a low opinion of disgraced ex-Dr. Andy for his shoddy work and for spearheading one of the biggest misinformation campaigns of 1990s. But right now, I fucking hate him. I hate him for treating neurodivergence as a disease. I hate him for making a propaganda piece where he exploits neurodivergent people and their families. I have a lot more to say. I want to talk about how this fucking couple literally say they invade the privacy of their child's room and then frame it as their child being unruly and difficult and blame it on his neurodivergence. I want to talk about the sickening display of showing a girl playing piano and then showing her twin who is on the spectrum as someone without talent or worth. But I don't want to. I'm not going to lie, this whole experiment has had ups and downs, but this is the lowest. If this wasn't something that I needed to do daily, I probably would go deeper. This one has already been quite long, so I keep it short. I wanted to do an add-on and talk about the remaining 40 minutes of this documentary, so I decided to watch it again recently and I couldn't do it. I watched 5 more minutes and I had to shut it off. I'm an avid defender of every movie needs at least one viewing standpoint, and I do advocate for people to see anything and learn from its mistakes and talk about its substance. But there are limits to anyone's tolerance. I rarely find a movie so insulting, disgusting, and utterly worthless to decide to abandon it, and Vaxxed is the one that truly deserves all those 3 descriptions. So my claim here that I would watch it fully is probably false. I couldn't do it. I would probably go deeper in the stuff I already watched from this appalling piece of media, but there is no finishing it for me. This documentary does not deserve my and your attention, respect, or time. I usually feel bad the few times I abandon the movies I've been repulsed by, but not this time. This movie is not worth feeling bad over. I would write more and go even scene by scene if I needed to. But for one day of experiencing this vile piece of shit and then thinking about it and writing about it and filming myself talking about it, I don't have the mental capacity to go deeper right now. There is a limit to anyone's mental anguish, and I found mine. So, fuck Vaxxed, fuck disgraced ex-Dr. Andy, and fuck anyone who spouts his narrow and shallow life view. I'm at my wit's end with tolerating this bullshit. Times like this, I realized the whole 30-day thing with no breaks might have been overshooting my abilities. I'm going to go lie down right now. You might be wondering why I chose this movie for this entry, but as many edgy teens have probably told you while watching I Just Can't Wait to Be King from The Lion King, the original one, you cannot have a new monarch without the death of the old one. So England's Got a New Queen is synonymous with England's lost an old king. And so To be honest, there is no good movies about Queen Elizabeth. Like, I think The Crown is middling, and that's it mostly for a good depiction, I guess. But there is no way I'm watching a whole TV show in one day for this. Like, no way. So I could have gone with movies like A Royal Nights Out, or go to the other side of the equation and talk about a movie about her father. Fuck! The Queen! It's in the name! Fuck. Too late. I already watched The King's Speech and wrote a damn script about it. So, The King's Speech. A movie whose meta-commentary I have issues with, but a movie that I adore for its character development, performances, and direction. For those of you unaware, The King's Speech is about Queen Elizabeth's father, King George VI. He was suffering from stammer, a high case of stammer.
Very quickly. Once there were two princesses, Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret, whose papa was a penguin.
And while searching for a physician to help with that, he meets an Australian speech defects therapist named Lionel Logue. That was a tongue twister. Lionel helps King George get through his stammer using controversial methods, and helps him during the big event in his reign, which is this little skirmish called World War II. They form a friendship through the movie and realize that the true King's Speech has been inside them all along. Jokes aside, I love this movie. I know for a lot of people the fact that this movie beat The Social Network, True Grit, and Black Swan in the Oscars means that it has left a sour taste in their mouth. And believe me, I get it to some extent. I still can't get over the fact that, People Fucking on the Boat movie got the best picture over LA fucking Confidential. But I still think there are many, many great things about the movie that can touch you in all of the right places. That came out very wrong. But first, let's talk about the downside of the movie. Due to its story and its subject matter, the movie is very royalist. It's not only in favor of the royal family's rule and the manufactured importance, but actively tries to uphold many of the outdated traditions and mannerisms. The only saving grace in that regard is that Lionel Logue sometimes breaks those conventions, but even then it's quite framed as him being cheeky, and actually he does respect the old bells and whistles. It is something that when you notice it can really skew the experience of the movie. It's, for me, the biggest problem with the movie. The uncritical look at the role of the royal family and the immense privilege that they embody in the British culture is a problem. And it does present the movie as toothless when you try to analyze it as anything other than its base message of fear and anxiety of feeling left out of the world and the power of a good friendship on that. Though, don't get me wrong, that base message is done very well, and it is an important message, and it's a good message. But I believe The King's Speech is prime material for the result of its time. The way it touts traditions mean that it will age, and to some extent already has, very poorly when looked at through a sociological lens. I don't mean the movie is worthless, because it's not.
Simple mechanics.
That's all we ask.
Oh, that's about a shilling's worth. Forget about the blessed shilling!
It still has a great story that I think is very well paced, a number of good characterizations for historical figures that would have easily become cardboard cutouts bearing the name of their real counterparts under worse hands. Each character is fully fleshed out and introduced to us with great care. Well, almost each character.
Tongue-tied. An operation was considered to be too dangerous.
I eventually made an exit of it.
The movie's direction is also of importance here. Tom Hooper, Cats excluding, is a great director in my opinion. He knows how to pace a movie greatly and how to create a visual identity for the movie. Here you have scenes that can only be for the King's Speech. With how he frames the characters in the shot and the atmosphere that he creates with the lighting and the set design, he has managed to make a movie that borders on style over substance. It's not, but it borders on it. It's a great visual movie and it manages to stick with you, and it really accentuates the story and its emotional beats.
You're barking up the wrong tree now, Doctor. Doctor.
Lionel, see? You didn't stammer.
And of course I didn't stammer, I was singing.
Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. I'm the scat man.
Then there are the performances. Like, the crux of this movie is the fantastic work done by Colin Firth and Jeffrey Rush, and their impeccable chemistry. As I mentioned, a huge chunk of the movie's subtext is about fear and anxiety of being abandoned by society, and the power of a friendship to overcome that. It's much easier to reach that emotional beat needed for that subtext to come to fruition when you have a pair of actors with already great chemistry between them. It's fantastic. And it does help that they are portraying such well-developed characters. When King George is mad at Lionel, you get to feel why. And when he returns to him, you get to feel why. Honestly, do go out and watch this movie. It's very mellow and it's, as I said, kind of toothless when put against the world that it tries to portray. But the human story at the core of this movie is fantastic and it's so well told. By the end of the movie, you can get a good idea of why the act of talking to people is of such importance to this character and how it manifests itself in this world.
Why should I waste my time listening to
Because
you?
I have a right to be, and I have a voice!
I love this movie. Give it a chance. To be honest, I find it kind of funny that both this movie and The Social Network came out in the same year, and they are at the most basic level about people unable to communicate properly with others and trying to find alternative ways. Yet one succeeds and manages to form a relationship, while the other fails and becomes a miserable asshole. Also, I know a lot of things sort of panned out that it feels like I planned for this, being Godfather's 50th anniversary, but I didn't. And the fact that this year, 2022, is Queen Elizabeth's Jubilee, I guess, she's been queen for 75 years, is honestly a coincidence. Like, it's an accident. It's a welcome one, but it's an accident. I didn't plan for this. And I should have watched The Queen, but to be honest, I wanted to talk about The King's Speech. And The King's Speech is the superior movie to The Queen, I think. Helen Mirren is great in that, though. Like, after The King's Speech, go and watch The Queen. But watch it for the acting. I guess that is also true for The King's Speech, because the acting is so great. Anyways. Okay, apparently Rocky Marciano is in this movie. Don't ask me where, I couldn't find him. It might have been a detriment that I don't know what Rocky Marciano looks like. Let's discuss comedy. Arguably the best thing you can do with it, and there has been a lot of people saying that you should discuss it in length. Right? Okay, jokes aside, let's discuss the comedy stylings of Mr. Jerry Lewis. I don't like it. I don't like his comedies at all. I find his mugging very unfunny. And I don't really care for the babbling that he's supposed to replace jokes.
I know I got an electric chair with the thing on it. Oh, that's terrible. Let
I'm gonna eat this. I've seen a few of his movies before, and I never found myself laughing, or for the most part, even amused. The delicate delinquent was not exempt from that reaction. If I have to summarize the movie in one word, it would be contrived. Everything feels insincere and contrived. The story of the movie is that one police officer decides to help a young hoodlum, played by a 30-year-old Jerry Lewis, into becoming something more, and that's it. At the midpoint, the hoodlum decides that he wants to be a police officer, and so he goes to the police academy. Not the funny one. The story is very light, and here's where we have the biggest issue I have with Jerry Lewis. There is a certain disconnect between Jerry Lewis in this movie when he tries to be funny and when he's trying to, advance the plot. Putting aside the fact that most of Lewis's comedy career is making this exact face, and I don't know why that is supposed to be funny to adults. When his character is in a comical situation, he becomes a bumbling and rambling fool. But when the story stuff happens, he talks normally and coherently.
Well, I don't like it. I don't like it at all, and if it'd be good enough to excuse me, I'm going home.
No, wait a minute, Sid.
I'm going home.
It makes him more annoying when you realize the constant babbling is optional to his performance. I know I'm being too harsh on Jerry Lewis, but it's because it's the first time I really got the mindset of comedy not transcending the era. Okay, let me explain. The overall attitude I see towards Jerry Lewis from his older fans is that it was a comedy of the time and he's a genius for doing what he did when he did it. And you know what? That's fine if that's what they think. If they liked him, more power to them. There are many things I like that other people might find weird or outdated. But the reason for Jerry Lewis that hits a bit different is that he's one of the few comedians that I agree this sentiment with. Comedians that were prominent before Lewis never felt outdated and old, from, Chaplin and Harold Lloyd to Keaton and Laurel and Hardy. On the other hand, comedians and comedies after him rarely felt that outdated either, from Monty Python stuff to the Zucker brothers. Even if there are comedies that I don't laugh out loud at, I've always managed to find the humor in them, see why they were funny or why they are funny to other people. This is not the case for Jerry Lewis. It's always the same face and the babbling.
Spaceship that we're building here for the frogs. For when the world comes to an end, the frogs are gonna go up to the moon in a spaceship. And they're gonna fly when no one takes what? Frogs?
And it's so annoying, and it's so childish, and it's just very lacking in humor. It's so unfunny that I found myself more engrossed in the melodramatic part of the movie than I did in the comedy part. And the melodramatic stuff is also very boring. They suck. Touting a lot of those old populist ideals that the divide between educated and street smart is the divide between good old American folk and some sort of easily fooled class.
Oh, there's beer in the icebox. I don't think you'd like it, though. It's domestic.
It's weird. It's a populist talking point. Jerry Lewis was very populist. Anyways, the comedy of Jerry Lewis has always hit me like that. It's unfocused, and it's more like someone trying too much to appear as funny, with weird movements and weird faces and a lot of babbling and a lot of doing this and a lot of pretty lady. I've always had this weird comparison in my head between Harold Lloyd and Jerry Lewis. I know it's not a perfect comparison because, they were from different times with different styles of comedy, but whenever I saw Harold Lloyd do some physical comedy, some slapstick, it's so elaborate. His movements are precise and there is a rhyme or a reason to them. In Safety Last, probably one of his most famous movies, you have this sequence on the trolley. And it's so precise and well choreographed. Even if you don't find Harold Lloyd funny, which is not a problem for me because honestly, I do find him very funny, there is more to it than the initial joke of Harold Lloyd doing some crazy wacky stuff and being disorganized. You can see the work being put into it. It's worthy of discussion. With Lewis, whenever he does something physical, it always felt confused. He just throws his hands around and makes crazy faces, and when you scratch that, it just feels like a bad improv scene. There is no work under it. It's just what he felt would look funny. And he was wrong. I think Jerry Lewis was more in his element when he was doing more dramatic stuff. I love him in The King of Comedy, which is not about a king and it's not a comedy. I guess I don't really qualify to talk about comedies. But watching his old comedies is a chore for me. I never know why so many people credit him with being a genius comedian, because it feels like they're saying something that I don't see there. How is this funny? How is constant babbling and making noise while making your eyes crossed and yelling funny? If you find that funny and you already like Jerry Lewis, honestly, I guess you'll like The Delicate Delinquent. It's like all of his other stuff. It's not better or worse than them. And I seriously can't find Rocky Marciano in it. If you know where he is in the movie, please do tell it in the comments. Like, tell me which scene he was supposed to be in. Like, The Great Togo had a whole sequence dedicated to him. And in IMDb and everywhere else, it says Rocky Marciano plays himself. There is no Rocky Marciano in this movie. Where is Rocky Marciano? I should have gone with another one of his movies, but you know, I haven't seen The Delicate Delinquent before, so I really thought he was in there. A lot of people think he is actually in Sailor Beware, which is a Martin and Lewis comedy. But I looked at it, at least according to IMDb, the character is not played by Rocky Marciano, it's by Lou Smith something name. So I don't think it's Rocky Marciano there. I might be wrong. I don't know boxers. Like, if I'm honest, aside from Muhammad Ali, which, you know, arguably the most showman boxer of all time, I really don't know a lot of boxers. Like, I know Jake LaMotta because, you know, The Raging Bull, but that's because of the movie. Like, I really don't know what Jake LaMotta looks like to me. It's always Fat De Niro. I can't tell you how underdressed I am right now in order to discuss Liberace. Despite my taste in music and movies, I was not born in the 1940s. So for me, Liberace has had a distant image. I never knew the extent that he was famous and never knew the reason why he was famous. He was always like an old world relic, a sort of a memento from a bygone era, that if you weren't alive then, you couldn't have possibly known why he was such an important figure at the time. I'm saying all of these because I want you to know many of my knowledge of Liberace are from either jokes about him or from the movie that I'll be discussing shortly. I know that is not the perfect way to know someone from the past, but to be honest, Liberace never captivated me to the extent that I felt I needed to learn more about him. Behind the Candelabra is a biopic sorta TV movie made by Steven Soderbergh about Liberace and his relationship with Scott Ferguson. Let me get it out of the way. I think this is a good movie, and out of the biopics that we've seen so far, this one is on the better side of things. First off, Soderbergh, love him or hate him, does have a coherent and unique visual identity, even when he misses the mark. He uses the camera and the lighting in a way that I can describe as garish and showy. And I mean, if you want to make a movie about Liberace, garish and showy are not only encouraged, they are somewhat required. Even I know that, just by looking at old photos of him. I'm going to be honest, I've been doing this for 25 days now, and I'm kind of at my wit's end in describing movies or finding interesting things to talk about if the movie doesn't give me some outlandish or unique perspective. This is a good movie. The story is very cookie-cutter biopic stuff, but it's the good version of a cookie-cutter. They center the story on Scott Ferguson, and you get to experience life with Liberace through his eyes. By doing that, the movie manages to put us in his shoes, and so we experience the depths of the glamour and the less appealable sides of Liberace. It's a movie about being in bed with the epitome of show business itself. And you cannot enter it without losing a huge part of who you are. And in this case, that involves your face. The performances are magnificent. Matt Damon is really good, but the proverbial cake goes to Michael Douglas. The way he hides the truly unsettling parts of Liberace's life behind the facade of showmanship is nothing short of masterful. I believed that I was viewing someone who belonged in that light and in that chair, and that is not an easy thing to achieve. Honestly, just watch it. It's a little bit too long, but Soderbergh doesn't let the movie's style get boring. It's an easy watch despite the more horrifying aspects of its subject matters. I really don't know what to say. I know I can talk about the idolization of public figures and the horrifying culture that leads to a homosexual man being so deep in hiding that he ruins his own life. But I'm too tired. Sorry, I know that is not why you want to see this video, but for this movie all I can say is it's good, not perfect, but good enough. Give it a chance and watch it. You'll have a good time. As noted philosopher and thinker William Martin Joel has once declared in one of the many volumes that he'd written, "Who knows how much further we'll go on? Maybe I'll be sorry when you're gone. I'll take my chances. I forgot how nice romance is. I haven't been there for the longest time." Monpti is not a movie I would have watched on my own, I think. It's not that notable, and honestly, despite my love of older movies, and especially weird little movies, this one is too obscure to reach even my level of recognition, I think. I don't have anything against watching it, but I never knew it existed for me to go ahead and watch it. I needed a way to it, so where did that way come from? A bit of a confession here, I am not very familiar with George Santayana. I haven't read any of his work, and I am unfamiliar with his philosophies or thought pieces. This is a personal shortcoming that I do have the intention of remedying at some point in my life in the future, probably. But when this entry was upon me, I needed a movie for it. So I did what any sane person in my situation would do. I went and googled Santayana plus movies. That led to a list from IMDb of movies with George Santayana as a tag on them, and on top of that list was Monpti. I'm gonna put a link to that list in the description. Now, going in, I was thinking that maybe the tag is there because this movie represents a tenet of George Santayana's thought system, but I think it's because of this.
Irgendein Dichter hat einmal gesagt, ich glaube es war George Santayana. Alles auf Erden ist lyrisch in seinem ideellen Wesen, tragisch in seinem Geschick und komisch in seiner Wirklichkeit. Ich glaube, hat recht.
It's a quote. Anyways, that would have been a problem if the movie I watched was bad and I sort of wasted my time on it. Was Monpti bad? No, not really. Was Monpti good? That gets a little bit more complicated. The story of the movie, as the narrator tells us, is a love story between a starving Hungarian artist and a girl he meets on a park bench. Intertwined with that is a romance between two bourgeoisie assholes in what I consider to be overtly French style. I'm not going to spoil the ending here because despite my problems with the movie's narrative, I think it's creative enough to garner a little attention. So if anyone thinks they are intrigued to check it out, I don't want to spoil it for them. Bulk of the movie is spent with the starving artist as he tries to gather funds to live and try to understand the mysterious ways of the girl that he's slowly becoming infatuated with. Oh, the story takes place in Paris. I think I should have mentioned that. The other name of this movie is Love in Paris. What makes the movie stand out for me is the presentation of it. It's a movie from late 1950s, 1957 to be exact, and you have a narrator that breaks the fourth wall and starts the movie by introducing us to the characters and even makes, a little joke about the camera following the wrong girl. I love shit like this. And this is more prominent nowadays with the postmodernist movement in cinema. Okay, wow. That's another thing that I said and moved past with lightning speed. The scope of postmodernism in cinema is so vast that a tiny add-on cannot fully explain it, unless the add-on becomes longer than the section itself. In short, know that one of the tenets of postmodernism is putting distance between the audience and the work, creating this illusion. So breaking the fourth wall, not even directly, but sometimes indirectly to story bits, is a tool that does manage to achieve that disillusion. Okay, why did I mention postmodernism? Why did I keep it while editing? Anyways, this is a criminally short way of discussing a single tenet of something that cinema is currently grappling with, but maybe one day we can delve deeper into it. But for a movie in 1957, I think it was pretty unique. Actually, I think the best parts of Monpti are those interactions with the narrative. There is this great scene of us watching the subplot of the movie involving the rich fuckers, and the narrator tells us that he doesn't know why we are seeing it.
Ich weiß nicht, warum sich diese beiden immer wieder in unsere Geschichte drängeln. Sie haben doch gar nichts mit Anne-Claire und Monpti zu tun, oder doch?
Before in the next scene resolving that whether we like it or not, they are part of the story now.
Wir wollen sie hinnehmen, da sie nun einmal da sind in unserer Geschichte.
It's so good, stuff like this. I loved stuff like this. Their same creativeness is also present in the daydreams and the thought processes of our male leads, somewhat resembling a Christmas story in a good way. They are usually quite humorous and they have some of the greatest cinematography and editing of the whole movie. The problem is those creative stuff are not the majority of the movie's runtime. The majority of what we see in the movie is a pretty standard romance story, and it's shot and told in a pretty standard romance way. Now, there are a lot of beautiful shots in the movie, and the framing is superb, it's really good. but in general it pales in comparison to when the movie throws away the conventions and just start to tell the romance in a more creative way. I did not hate my time with the movie, but the general plot is where the movie's age shows itself. The cliches that we've seen time and time again were relatively fresh here, so the movie uses almost all of them. That doesn't mean it's not going to make you feel something, because that is more subjective and honestly it depends on you. I think the romance elements are standard, but that doesn't mean it's bad. Every romance or romantic story is going to be someone's first, and I think you can do a lot worse than Monpti. The fact that the performances are great, the shots are beautiful, and for the most part the movie's sincerity is the driving force behind the narrative means that watching this movie can be emotional if you are under the right circumstances. There is also a little bit of social commentary in the movie from how romance is depicted among lower class and upper class in the same city, and how fortune usually favors the rich in terms of accidents. Generally, what we've seen as a blowing punch to our starving artist and his love interest is merely a fascination or annoyance to our rich fuckers. It's really good and it's mostly just a background thing. The director of this movie, Helmut Kottner, I'm pretty sure I mispronounced his name, is apparently very highly regarded in Germany, and I can see why even through this movie. Despite the more creative stuff, as I said, even the typical stuff, like the standard romance, is not grating or boring. It's just obvious for us watching this movie in 2022 with like 70 years of movie history between us. The movie does have interesting stuff to discuss, like the weird sexual hang-ups of our two main leads and the force behind their relationship being loneliness, as well as the fact that the misconception about the other gender is what leads to most of the tragedies shown in the movie. In general, also, if I want to go deeper in this movie, I need to reveal a lot of personal beliefs and maybe some personal life, which is not something I feel yet ready to do. We don't know each other that well. I hope you understand. Maybe some other time, right? Like, let's say, after our 4th date. Good. Oh, for the longest time. Oh, for the longest, if you'd say goodbye to me tonight, there would... Oh my god, like I said his name like he's the first time we're gonna mention him, and this whole experiment is based on fucking We Didn't Start the Fire. Like it's always been there, Billy Joel. Fuck me. This is going to be our last interlude together. Are you emotional yet? No? Ouch. Hurtful. Anyways, as our last interlude, I want to talk about something I breezed past while discussing The Delicate Delinquent, and that is the comedy duo of Martin and Lewis. A comedy duo comprised of a very charming singer and a very annoying guy making faces. Okay, I'm not going to go on another rant about Jerry Lewis. Thankfully in this case, the duo's breakup didn't mean a clear winner and loser, and they both went on to make great stuff in their careers. I mentioned Jerry Lewis's dramatic roles being his better ones, and Dean Martin also appeared in a lot of great movies like Rio Bravo, and has been part of the Rat Pack's cinematic universe, which is... let's talk about that another day. Now, the reason I wanted to discuss them is that I didn't know they used to be a duo from the start. I mean, I don't take that against myself. Dean Martin is very cool and Jerry Lewis is not. So my brain didn't make the connection that they were probably in partnership. How had I learnt about them? Well, I'm a big fan of Dean Martin's music. I know, it's weird. Anyways, I'm a big fan of Dean Martin's music and I do like the song That's Amore. While researching the song, for fun mostly because I sometimes do stuff like that, I learned that it was originally for a movie called The Caddy, which is a Martin and Lewis comedy. I watched it. Let me tell you, you haven't felt heartbroken until you've seen one of the best love songs in Dean Martin's discography being ruined by Jerry Lewis inserting himself into it over and over again.
If you still kiss your girl after garlic and oil, that's amore.
That's amore.
I have no words to describe it. Even remembering it now brings a tear to my eye. Anyways, the old Martin and Lewis comedies, yeah, you don't miss much if you skip them. Watch Gene Kelly and Frank Sinatra movies instead. I seriously contemplated and almost went through with shaving my beard and leaving my mustache to look more like Stalin, but I didn't, because honestly the pain of regrowing the beard was too much for a visual gag. Anyways, Children of the Revolution is a 1996 Australian black comedy about Joseph Stalin and Stalinism. It's, in one word, fucking crazy. That was 2 words. I want to love this movie. Deep down inside, the fact that by the end it didn't pan out as well as it could have is slowly killing me. This kind of movie and this kind of idiotic comedy is right up my alley.
So tell me why shouldn't it be true that I get a kick out of you?
And then you add the fucking cast. I mean, the cast to this movie is enough to make anyone drool. Judy Davis, Richard Roxburgh, Jeffrey Rush, Sam Neill, Rachel Griffith, and on top of them all, F. Murray Abraham as Joseph Stalin. This is the kind of stuff you dream of when making a movie, and they're all here. So why doesn't this movie end up being the greatest piece of comedy ever produced? The short answer is that Children of the Revolution has an incredible idea for an absurdist satirical comedy, but doesn't go far enough. Let me try to explain. Firstly, the story is inherently funny in my opinion. We start with a communist woman in Australia who writes letters to Stalin. She's a huge Stalinist. And due to her letters being very moving, she gets to meet Joseph Stalin. She sleeps with Stalin and kills him during intercourse. She then sleeps with an Australian/Russian spy in her moment of shock and grief, and then realizes she's pregnant. We are to assume the child is Stalin's child, though it is kept ambiguous on purpose. The child grows up, the mother remains a staunch Stalinist, and then the meat of the weird stuff happens. I'm not doing a scene-by-scene review here, but in general, the 2 important things to know is that the boy develops a very weird prison fetish, and he also reads about and hates Stalin. Now, the players are set for us. You have a staunch Stalinist mother and a political father, a spy who may or may not be the father of the kid, and a child who might be Stalin's kid, but hates Stalin and loves the prison system. These are the ingredients to a great comedy.
Out of these 3, who do you think I look most like? Look at me.
they are absurd enough to have you laugh out loud just by association, and the movie seems to be doing fine with them, but then it stumbles. I guess the problem comes from what the movie has tried to be and what the movie wants to be. The movie story is very absurd and honestly kind of idiotic in how it's told to us. Not in a bad way, idiotic in a funny way. A long story short, you cannot take this story seriously. But then the movie starts to have a heart and wants you to take it seriously and have sad feelings for the loss of a family. It's similar in that regards to a movie like The Mafia Kills Only in Summer, which starts with a great premise and has a fun satirical idea but gets too bogged down in trying to tell something other than its comedic points. I think there is something broken in me. I just try to explain an obscure comedy by referencing an even more obscure comedy. The past 27 days have not been easy on my psyche. Anyways, the problem is that I can't care about the family relations or the lies and deceits, when the crux of the movie is how crazy everything is. This movie starts separate from reality, and it stays there. It's so absurd that even the curtain of it being a true story just makes it funnier. What the fuck? It's so absurd that even the curtain of it being a true story just makes it funnier. So by that point, why didn't they go all out? Have it be a revolution. Make up crazier schemes. The phrase is go big or go home. And this movie decided to go home. And I'm so depressed over that. A good idea needs a good execution, and those are usually the most frustrating ones. Because honestly, I know exactly the problem with Children of the Revolution. And I know how to fix it. Just give me a chance. I want to love this movie so much. And there is so much of it that I do love.
But Joe only had one thing on his mind, apart from avoiding Colin, of course, and I can assure you it wasn't revolution.
I love it most when it gets so absurd that it crosses the line from clever to stupid. I want to love this movie, but I can't. It's too muddled for that. Honestly, people, I'm worried of that. At this point in the script that I keep adding on to for this month, I have written exactly 24,445 words. And that doesn't include the off-script moments or the whole talk for the Godfather. It's just a daily stuff. So you might have guessed that I am very much worded out and talked out. I don't know how much more I can take. Anyway, The Death of Stalin is a 2007 political comedy by Armando Iannucci depicting the immediate aftermath of the demise of Joseph Stalin and the brief rule of Georgy Malenkov as the head of the Soviet Union. It's a great movie and I highly recommend checking it out. I don't know how much spoilers do make sense when talking about a historical movie, but general spoilers alert because I will talk about the ending of this movie. The movie is about the power vacuum left by Joseph Stalin and a race by his subordinates to fill that vacuum. The big players are Lavrentiy Beria, head of NKVD, basically the guy in charge of the secret police, Nikita Khrushchev, and the aforementioned Georgy Malenkov. Now, those of you history buffs probably noticed one name among these three is one you've heard the most. Yeah. That's why I said I don't know if spoiler alerts make sense here, because of course Khrushchev is the one to get power. That's history.
If I stayed, I could contain Vasily.
No, you go to Vienna. He stays. We can't have a drunken madman spreading conspiracy theories all over the world.
He's not bad.
Listen to me.
He's just ill.
No.
The thing that makes this movie great, though, is the way its comedy works. I've talked in length about a comedy horror musical back when I talked about Sweeney Todd. And there will be a link for it in the description, as well as the card should pop up with it from the corner. Basically, this is not a full comedy. Oh, you will laugh. It's a funny movie with how absurd and crazy it is. But the ones you're laughing at are the ones who are responsible for all the bloodshed and the horrors that you've seen in Stalin's Russia. Basically, the death of Stalin depicts some of the biggest names in post-Stalin Russia as giant babies. And it's not without merits. They are giant babies with issues that would make any psychiatrist drool at the chance of examining them. But these giant babies make decisions that will be the difference between life and death for thousands and millions of people. That's the horror of the death of Stalin and its comedy.
I'm going to have to report this conversation. Threatening to do harm or obstruct any member of the Presidium in the process of looking at your fucking face. Nikita Khrushchev.
You're laughing at the people responsible for killing other people. I wish I wasn't all talked out so I could go more in depth, but I am. I am so tired. So tired. Watch this movie though, it's great. It's, in my opinion, one of the best movies of 2017. And 2017, in my opinion, was already a great year for great movies. Logan came out in 2017, and I love Logan. Maybe I should talk about Logan. Nah, I can't bother. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to lie down here for the next 6 to 10 minutes. Oh, you don't have to watch me lie down. You might be wondering, why am I talking about a movie about Saladin when today's prompt is Jamal Abdul Nasser? Well, if you give me a sec, I will explain it. Jeez, have a little faith in me. Well, Saladin the Victorious, and sorry, there's a big chance I might just pronounce him Salahuddin, which is the correct way of pronouncing his name, is an Egyptian movie that apparently draws a lot of similarities between Nasser and Salahuddin. I will try to get to that point a little bit down the line, but first I think this is the perfect time to talk about epics and their place in cinema. Yeah, get ready for a long talk about a genre of movies that not a lot of people care about anymore. Epics are to some extent the personification of the power of cinematic industry. They are basically a movie studio or country showing off their prowess in filmmaking. To put it more simply, you make small, weird, artsy movies for prestige. You make big action blockbusters for monetary gain, and you make epics to showcase how much monetary gain you had. Now, that doesn't mean these categories are exclusive or anything. There are a number of epics that I would consider very artful, but they are usually made to showcase the spectacle. They are big, expensive, long, absurdly packed with characters, and oftentimes very simplistic. People in epics don't talk with irony. Epics need to be sincere and they need to be upfront. People are who they are shown to be. If a character is shifty or is trying to backstab people, you need to realize that from the start. they have a theatrical feel to them as well. People out of frame are considered out of the earshot for other characters to talk about. Events are very much described a lot in order to convey their importance. Basically, everything in the way of twists or complications needs to be pushed aside. If you're watching an epic, you'll probably be meeting dozens and dozens of characters and are going through dozens and dozens of events and little details. There is no time for a last-minute twist. Now, that might be a detriment, and honestly, that's why epics are not usually as beloved as they once were. Without the power of the spectacle and without the epicness of it, epics have little to offer in terms of storytelling. But when you have the money, the patience, the manpower, and the drive to make one, you're probably going to be met with a lot of recognition. That is also another aspect of epics. They are prestigious movies made to showcase power, so they are ultimately in the service of power. Epics are usually very conservative and or ideological. They almost have a propaganda feel to them by design. If you're going to make an epic, and in this case let's talk about Salahuddin the Victorious in particular, you need a lot of money and a lot of power. So you are beholden to people who can give you that large amount of money and power. In this case, the Egyptian government at the time. So those people probably want their ideologies, beliefs, and politics inserted into the epics. This is something that traps almost all epics. They are usually either big religious pieces talking about the religion of the company or the country that is making it, or they are about big political events that push the political view of the financiers, who tend to be more conservative. Even good ones aren't exempt from this. So it's a trade-off with epics. You'll get to see things that will not be able to be shown in most movies, but in return the story is either confirming the status quo or retelling an ideological set of stories. Now, as I said, epics have lost their place a little bit. I think they have been replaced, nowadays in particular, with giant blockbusters. Superhero movies are the epics of our time. They are made to wow us and are usually just retelling the studio's set of values. So yeah, old ass epics are going downhill for the most part, but if you're a movie fan or a history buff, you might still love watching them. They are spectacular by design. The amount of work done on them will make you realize the extent of cinema's power at creating a world. It takes a little bit of discipline to get through some of them that have aged poorly, but if you get to like them, you can enjoy your time immensely. That is the case for Salahuddin the Victorious. I know I've been talking for so long without mentioning the movie, but it's because it's just another epic. I do enjoy watching these movies. They are long and slow and densely packed with characters and subplots and very simplistic. But they are also larger than life and spectacular to experience. This movie is also a great companion piece for movies like Richard I and The Third Crusade. There is a dog outside. Fucking dog. Shut up. It is not very loyal to the truth because it was made by the Egyptian government and they wanted a good parallel to Jamal Abdel Nasser, which is why a tenet of Salahuddin in this movie is his desire to unite the Arabic world, much like Nasser wanted. If you don't know why that's probably artistic license, I'm just gonna tell you that Salahuddin was Kurd and not Arab. Anyways, it's kind of weird to see the story told from this perspective because many of the epics are from the West. They have their own version of the East, and it's fun to see the East respond to that version. It is ideologically charged and basically pro-Nasser propaganda, but it's an epic. I knew that going in. The technical aspects are great though. I did have a lot of fun experiencing this movie in all of its glory. I am not a big fan of Pan-Arabism, which is the ideology that all Arabic countries need to unite and make one big Arabic nation, because I am not in favor of nationalism in any capacity. And Pan-Arabism, it's all about nationalism, so the movie's message was annoying to say the least. But the lack of subtlety while watching the movie means that for the most people who are watching this nowadays, they can see the machinations of it. It's not unique in terms of epics, but it's a good epic. If you like Western epics, do give this one a chance. It's comparable to them and in some cases exceeds many of them. I think having a different viewpoint on the Third Crusade, the one, with Salahuddin and King Richard, is interesting, even if the story told from each viewpoint is an ideological battle over a literal ideological war. Also, I found it quite interesting that in many depictions of the Third Crusade from the West, Salahuddin has been shown as this benevolent leader who listens to a lot of arguments and is shown as quite rational. And in return, the depiction of King Richard the Lionheart in this movie shows him as quite a compassionate leader and a rational man for the most part. It was just, interesting. Anyways, I talked for way more than I thought I would. You may say I talked epically. I'll see myself out. Yes, it's done. It's over. It's finally over. Sorry, but the last 30 days have been great and bad at the same time, and it's finally over. It's June 30th. Yes, and I'm done with this thing. Yes! Anyways, let's talk quickly about Peter and the Wolf. It's a musical composition by Sergei Prokofiev. I'm saying it the same way that Billy Joel did in the song, written back in 1936. It tells the story of a Soviet pioneer youth named Peter and his animal friend, a dog, a bird, a cat, and a wolf, which Peter captures and then sells to the zoo. That is the original though, and the way their story is told is through narration, with each character in the story having their own theme.
Early one morning, Peter opened the gate and went out into the big green meadow.
I've never managed to see the story live, which is a shame because I do like the musical composition and the themes of it a lot. This 2006 adaptation, though, is perhaps the best substitute. It's a stop-motion 30-minute long adaptation of Peter and the Wolf, and because of that, it already has high marks in my book. I love stop-motion. I don't think I'm unique in any way because, honestly, despite the jank, stop-motion is so stylish and breathtakingly beautiful that it automatically adds to a production. I wholeheartedly believe if Rankin Bass movies were not stop motion, they would lose 90% of their charm. So Peter and the Wolf is already starting great, but it goes beyond that. Due to the Russian aesthetic of the story and the general weather chosen for it, winter, the movie is breathtakingly detailed and well developed. It will just stay in your brain and doesn't move out. This is a prime example of style over substance, which I talked about briefly in Marseille Gawain and the Green Knight video, and there will be a link to that in the description if you want to check it out. I still need to do a whole comprehensive video on it, But in general, the style in this movie is what's being spotlighted. And it's a great style. The music was already magnificent, and so the visual here complemented perfectly. I'm bringing the axe for this one. There are differences from the original Prokofiev storyline, but I do recommend checking this one out for yourself and see those differences. It's only 30 minutes long, it is readily available, actually by the time of this recording. It's available on Old Cartoon Remakes YouTube channel, and I will put a link to it in the description. Other than that, it's readily available any platform you want. And honestly, a lot of the choices give more meaning to the story. It's also not reliant on narration at all. There are no dialogues in this movie. It might sound weird, but the visuals are powerful enough, and this just means that there is no language barrier. Watch this, give it a shot. And it's over. June is over. I'm done. I'm free. 30 days was way too long to do this, and this video is going to be long as hell. But I'm free. I'm free. I'm fucking free. I don't care about expensive things. Cashmere coats, diamond rings don't mean a thing. Okay, finally done with that, and that is enough of that. It's been a long video, and believe me, I am as tired as you are. I'll try to keep it short. First of all, I'm sorry if my voice during the add-ons, the intro, the interludes, and right now is not very good. The truth is, and part of why I couldn't finish the video on time, I got COVID. And I got a severe case of it too. I'm still coughing even though it's been a month since I've got it. So yeah, I don't want to even picture what I would have been like if I hadn't been vaccinated. So there was that. Also, through filming the 30 day in June, I got a severe case of burnout. I will get to that in a bit though. First off, just to keep things organized, I'm going to answer 3 questions. What was gained by doing a 30-day thing the way I did? What was lost by doing a 30-day thing the way I did? Will I do it again? Should I do a sub-chapter? Nah. Let's get to it. What was gained? Basically, you get to live and breathe movies, which for me is a plus. I think the biggest gain for me was that it was something that I had never done before. I've binge-watched movies and TV shows before, but to do a constant watch schedule and then having to critically analyze them and film myself was something new. The fact that it had a theme because of how We Didn't Start the Fire is structured meant that it was a more, cohesive experience than I originally thought. Familiar faces just kept popping up, like Richard Nixon and Joe McCarthy, or characters seemed to bleed through, like how the police captain in both The Detective and The Delicate Delinquent is played by the same actor. I guess he was just a very good police captain. It was an interesting experience to basically live through what would have been 1950s zeitgeist, I guess. Also, some of the movies that I watched would have gone completely under my radar if not for this experiment, like Monpti and Daniel. And they were interesting enough. So I guess what I gained was the experience of doing a 30-day watching schedule and a 30-day critical thinking course, as well as having a semi-out-of-body experience when it comes to time and place. The June for me was 1950s. The correlations were also very fun, like seeing McCarthy being teased in Truman, then seeing him as the main antagonist in Good Night and Good Luck, and then appearing in the Atomic Cafe as a snide reference. It felt unified. What was lost though? Well, as I mentioned, I had a bad creative burnout. Some movies got the shorter end of the stick there. When I got to Behind the Candelabra and The Death of Stalin, I was basically on autopilot. At that point, I've talked about bad biopics and good biopics, and I couldn't think of, well, something to say. I'm kind of feeling bad about it, because those are good movies, and they deserved, well, a better me to talk about them. The burnout started to happen around the midpoint, and I'm sure you can notice it around JSA and The Detective. And by the time I got to Vaxxed, I was drained. Vaxxed really screwed me up mentally, so at some point it became a bit of a chore. But I managed to stick with it and get it done. The same is true about the editing as well. I'll talk about what I'll do different in the next question. I should have done sub-chapters. But the editing was hard for me. I basically edited this whole thing in 2 weeks. Do not recommend. Also, I think the daily obligation meant that I couldn't delve much deeper in some of the movies. And thankfully, I can always come back to them and expand, like do another video on them. But I usually write my scripts and slip a day or two on them and then try to edit them and review them and ask my friends to comment on them. And I couldn't do that here, which meant a lot of repeated words and a lot of shallower observations than I would have liked. That's the biggest loss alongside the burnout, I think. But will I do it again? Not in the same way I did this. A couple of things. Since I don't really feel disillusioned with making videos yet, I will probably have to do a sequel to this, probably by next year. The first thing is, I will choose a 31-day month and take a day off. Do 15 movies, take a day off and play Crusader Kings or Age of Mythology or any of the million games in my playlist, and then do 15 more. That's the first thing I'll do differently. Secondly, I wouldn't start editing in August if my goal is late August. I'll start in July. The reason I couldn't do it for this one was that after June I was so creatively burnt out that I couldn't think of doing anything that required me think of creating something. I needed at least a week to not do anything creative. And editing is a creative process. I know my editing style is not very glamorous, but believe me, there is quite a lot of thought and care put into it. So at the beginning of July, I just needed to step away. And then when I was ready, I got COVID, which meant 2 weeks of staying in bed. Yeah, I got it that bad. So that's the second change. Other than that, I'll need to learn to edit audio better, which is on my immediate to-do list. But aside from that, I have to say the whole experience had ups and downs, but I am very glad that I did it. It's something I probably won't forget anytime soon. And I want to thank all of you who've watched to this point. It was a long journey, just a small town boy. And I'm hoping you had fun while watching me discuss 30 different movies in various ways. I hope you check out the rest of the videos I have here, and I do have plans for some good ones to come out pretty soon. Hopefully. Before we go though, and I understand if this part doesn't interest you, but I wanted to do a little retrospective on the channel itself. The past year has been quite interesting. First of all, I got a lot more support than I thought, and I want to thank every one of you who have been there from the start and gave me encouragements through your kind comments. I can't possibly thank you enough. I know my channel is fairly small, but you managed to keep me going to it all. I was not joking when I said I was thinking TGTBTI would be shorter videos with a more consistent upload schedule. But each project just basically ballooned up more and more. The original draft for Jafar Khan video was around 20 minutes, and then when I was done it was 1 hour, over 1 hour. I'm hoping to remedy that in the second year and at least try to pepper in more shorter videos, but we'll see what happens in that front. This is the 6th TGTBTI, which is fewer than I thought I would have by now, but looking at the quality and the volume of the stuff I've done, I can't really complain. Also, since my Sir Gawain and the Green Knight video, I started doing movie recs, which are my weekly YouTube shorts to recommend the movie based on the most recent TGTBTI. And those have managed to keep the channel afloat, I think. Also, kind of new, since my first video, the American Gods one, which started this whole thing, I've managed to learn how to use teleprompters, which is why I keep looking at the camera and reading stuff. Also, before I go, this is the first time I've ever done green screen stuff. So yeah, I haven't done much, and I could have done it better. There were a lot of things working against me. I could have ironed the fabric that I used for the green screen. I could have lighted better. But yeah, if you are wondering why did those add-ons look a little bit janky, it's because it's the first time I've ever truly done green screen. Because now I have a new system to edit stuff on that can actually handle green screen. This is not my system anymore. I don't use this as often. I have a new one, which is there, and it's much better. So yeah, despite the fact that the editing was hard for me, it would have been much harder if I stuck with the same stuff I edited Sir Gawain video on and the Jafar Khan video on, which were not fun. Those editings were much harder. This one is over 4 hours of footage, but felt shorter in some sense. I could have done it much faster. I've talked for way too long at this point. So while I go take a rest until starting to work on the next video, which is one that I am really excited about, I'm not gonna tease it or anything, I need to urge you to, if at this point you think I've earned it, give this video a like and do comment with your thoughts about the experiment, or my seething hatred for Jerry Lewis, or even your picks for the prompts instead of the ones I had. Also, if you want to see more videos from me in the future, and I promise not all of them are going to be over 4 hours, don't forget to subscribe. Engagement does help a lot with the YouTube algorithm pushing the video, and I would love for this video to find an audience if possible. I know it's too long, but one can hope. Also, if you want to see me outside of the YouTube screen, you can follow me over on Instagram at akamse88. With that said, I need a rest. And if you're here with me, I suspect you do too. So take care, everyone.